Alright, I think I got this set up. But today I wanted to do, well, I'm trying to, I, I wanted to kind of get back into some of this stuff, but I'm playing 2 games at different points of the day, so we'll see how that goes. At one point, there's a New World War with a low tier company. I think that will be kind of fun. And then I'm doing, I don't know how many conflicts we're doing today, but we're doing some stuff today. I know Supple's mostly AFK right now, though. But high level of what happened recently in Eternal Liberty is I got to basically BIS gear, if people want to call it that, for like a budget kind of player. And then in terms of New World side, there's a little bit of content going on in terms of wars, but that's about all I'm like committing to right now. Just because the rest is not the best. The Throne of Liberty has been kind of interesting because this game is like it seems like it's a really like pay to win kind of heavy game, like one of those like gotcha games, but I've made the equivalent of like probably $100, $150 a month worth of stuff, and then using that was able to, by selling stuff that I got, and then using that was able to basically get all the gear I need for my build. I think the only things I'm missing at this point are 2 more traits here, which just give you a little bit of extra stats. And then like a few like niche pieces that are really expensive that I probably won't get until the power level increases, and then I'll just deal with the next set of stuff. So I'm like pretty happy where everything is. But I have all these tokens saved up because I have been gone and I need to grind some stuff. So I figured I can talk to people and kind of do stuff in the background and kind of go with that. So I need to do T1s because that's going to hit the limit. So I'll probably start there. And then we can work in the T2s too. Tanking? Yeah, tanking in this game, tanking New World. Kind of just tanking. Crush, you've been taking all the tank slots in New World, or how's that been? All I've heard with New World is that basically all the fresh servers died, and then people have gone back to Legacy. No game dead? Okay. I mean, I figure a lot of people aren't coming back until the next major update. Like, that's one thing with New World. But also, it's like, I don't think it's gonna fully recover at this point. Like, I think it's like kind of on its way out. Like, if it wasn't before, they had their second chance and it's on its way out because they failed at delivering consistent content once again. Yeah, what are these guys doing over here? Yeah, 99% of my friends are on break, so I'm just mindlessly queuing OPR. That's my friend group. We'll see. This year's our last chance. I can't blame console anymore. Yeah, I mean, that's the other weird part, too. Like, I imagine... Like, I haven't looked at New World Steam numbers, but I imagine it's really, really low. And then they'll probably have better numbers in terms of retention with console, but I don't think people play New World for a long period of time anymore. I think it's like a game that you pick up and then you kind of put down at a certain point. Gosh dang it. That guy can like one-shot our team, so I have to like CC him. It's kind of annoying. So like I want to use my pole here, and then that pole stun him out of that. Little mechanics. 12.5k average, probably like 35k overall. I mean, that's actually pretty good. I think this game's sitting at about, like, is that per day? Like 35k per day, you think? Like, that's actually pretty good numbers for where New World's at. I think Throne and Liberty is sitting at, like, roughly 70k players per day. Total average, I assume so. Yeah, last 30 days. Oh, if it's the last 30, then it's going to be... I mean, it might be accurate. I'm not sure. Throne and Liberty is, like, about twice that, I think, right now. But I think Throne and Liberty is starting to decrease because it's primarily a guild versus guild game, and it's not really ideal for some people. Because if you're like a solo player and you're playing a game that's like basically intentionally made for large scale, it's very hard to like fit in that environment. I tend to like the large scale stuff more because it like tends to involve more strategy, and like at this point I think it's kind of cool. But I think the small scale has just generally been better for gaming because it's like easier to optimize and just historically been better. Last 30 days, 25k peak. Yeah, that's okay, I guess. I mean, it's still better than what I thought it would be at. Like for Steam, that's pretty good. Oh snap, Throne Liberty Gamer? Yeah, I've been playing it for a bit. The snapshot of where I'm at in Throne and Liberty is Supple, which I'm with Supple for this game. I've never played with Supple before, but I went with Supple with this game because I have a lot of friends in there. And we basically beat the game. Like, we took over the equivalent of Windsward in New World. Beat everyone on the super competitive PvP server yesterday. And then today's like the first post day where a lot of like mergers and acquisitions are happening and people are moving around a lot. So there's like a lot of like kind of random content happening right now. A good amount of drama between people. Because Supple in this game was not really well respected, and then Supple, like, you know, within under a month I think, beat everybody in the game. Or at least it's been under a month for me. No, it's been over a month actually. It's been like a month and a half. So it was pretty quick. Euphorum died by the way of the e-girl. I heard that they died in Ashes, right? I know that in this game they're kind of alive, but not really. Euphorium's leader basically went to focus on IRL, and it's like one of those situations where people rally behind him, but there wasn't really another person that was well respected amongst everyone that was in that company. So they still like hold down territories and stuff. It's just on a server that's like not as populated. There's not as much content. Just overall not as good of a time. Oh, sorry, the worst. What? There's a good amount of girls in this guild and they're kind of funny. Like, I know it's like so cliche, but it's so weird how in like every game I feel like that I've played, if it's like if there's a girl playing a game, there's a 90% chance they're gonna be playing healer. It's like, I don't understand it exactly, but it just always is that way. And I swear, like, healer's one of the harder roles too. Especially for this game, because he needs so many keybinds for like everything. It just like always works out that way. Girls are fine, just don't fall for the 2-for-1. Okay. They're naturally kinder and more nurturing, it makes sense. Yeah. Guys want to kill stuff and hit crap? I mean, it's probably something like that. There's some psychology reason for it, but it's just always a thing. Like, it's just like a trend. But nah, let's see. There's rewards. Guess we did some event that I didn't participate in. Can I see alliance stuff here? Yeah, it's Oni and filtered. So it's like roughly, oh, and in ESO? Okay, so this is a roughly 300 people allied, and then I think we beat roughly maybe 1,000 people combined for control of this area. Something like that, just off rough numbers. It's like, it's a very large scale game. The weird thing is like, I feel like this game's made for large scale, but the targeting system is like, not the best. Like at one point, I was using this thing that puts up this ping, and I was using that to highlight people that I would target. And then it was just like, you can't get it to select the people that you want to hit, so you end up like manually selecting people anyway. And it just makes the experience like kind of annoying, because I had to like click this person, right, and then I had to look at their weapons, which is super small. I don't even know if you guys can see that, and based off of that, they'll have certain stats, and if they have too much of this stat called evasion, I can't hit them with my main combo that this class goes for. So I need to hit people that I know don't have a dagger weapon, so I have to manually click every single person in a fight, see if I can hit them, see if they're in a position in which I can hit them, and you have to do that like kind of fast. It's like, it's kind of weird. And I don't love how that system interacts, and it's just like not great, but in general the systems for this game are, I think, better from an endgame standpoint, because there's at least something to do. miicrow, did you get what you wanted for Christmas? I didn't really need to get much, to be honest. I'm like pretty happy where I'm at, but I did get one thing that I think will be kind of fun to play with from an engineering standpoint. I got like one of those flipper zeros. I don't know if you know what those are. And I kind of wanted to play with that a bit. Okay, Mr. Richie Rich Tech Guy. I'm not Richie Rich. I'm just comfortable. What game is this? It doesn't say anything on YouTube. It just says tanking. I have a flipper. This is Throne and Liberty right now. It should be in the description somewhere. If not, I can try to update it. And then, I think at one point I'm going to be playing New World, and I'll be tanking in that game, and then I'll probably come back here. Some people wanted me to run a raid in New World. I don't really feel like doing that, but we'll see. So, kind of just tanking in a few different games. I think I've heard of this. It looks pretty cool. It has some wild applications that you could use for it, because it's like, it's really small, and it's super powerful. One of like the things that's like really interesting that I learned from using it so far is that, you know how dogs have like little tags in them, like you tag your dog so if they ever get lost you can be identified to the owner and stuff like that. Like, it turns out those tags have information in them that contain the temperature of the dog, so you can see if it's like alive or if it's dead if you scan it. And I'm able to like see that with it, and it's like, there's a bunch of like weird things you don't really think about. Like, you could see the radiation coming off of your monitor of like your phone or the computer that you're in front of, like the frequency of different components. It's like, it's really interesting. And there's like a bunch of different add-ons too. Like, there's a GPIO thing that you can add on, so you can kind of behave like an Arduino. Like, you got like a 3.3 volt source there. You got some outputs if you want to like mess with different signals. It's like, I don't know. It doesn't? Okay, I can add it back in after this. I'm stunned right now. This ant is gonna keep hitting me from behind. It keeps stunning me. I don't know, it's kind of interesting. Like, this game obviously spawned from a mobile game. You can tell by the graphics. But this game has so many more bosses and mechanics and endgame systems than New World. It makes it like much more fresh, I'd say. And that's like the main thing that drives it forward. Like New World is like a very good game for a different audience, I think. Like if I was like a person that wanted to play games for maybe 5-10 hours a week, New World would be like the perfect game. But if you want to play games for like 10 to 15 hours or something like that, then that's like an incredibly boring game. There's a banquet here. I'll take free food. Nom nom. I don't know if that guy's happy it took that, but he had it on the ground. It's like all these different currencies in this top right. Like there's these dimensional contract token ones. That's what I just did 2 of, right? I can do those a bunch, and that's one way to get endgame gear. There's also a second version that's a little bit more complicated, a little bit more difficult. Do that to get endgame gear. There's open world dungeons. Do that, you can get endgame gear. There's events. These events are very, very different. So like right now, there's a boonstone spawning in Stune. This is inter-server, and then there's also local on the server. So it's like you could have, like from a New World perspective, you could have a war that is on just your server, or you could have a war for Windsward per se across every single server on US East. Like that's what this game has. So that's one form of content. Yesterday we had a super, super large scale conflict for this control of this castle that you fight around. Like that's really, really cool. Has dynamic weather effects that affect the battlefield. There's random events that you can do throughout the day. There's open world dungeons that you can do that spawn at certain times with bosses that have mechanics involved too that you can do. And it's just like, in general, just a lot to do. And that's not even talking about like the new endgame systems that they added. But there's like, from an endgame perspective with this game, there's like probably 10 plus things that you can do. With New World, there's like 2. How do you like dual streaming on both YouTube and Twitch? Is it hard on your PC or internet? Hard on the internet, but that's not a limitation currently, which is nice. I think it's a little bit like the hardest part for me is just getting the chats in the same spot. Like you have to kind of mess with it a bit. Where do I put the game for the YouTube side? Oh, category people and blogs. Ooh, that's not the right category. Nope. Visibility public, that's right. Category gaming and okay. Cool. I got it. Thanks for the heads up there. It should be fixed now. I mean, it seems like dual stream was just the way forward. Like I think people like it, and it's YouTube is, in my opinion, way better from a VOD perspective, and Twitch is people like for the live perspective. So you get the best of both worlds. If you want to be on one, you can be on one. If you want to be on the other, you can be on the other. There used to be things that was like exclusivity that like prevented people from doing both, but now everyone just does both at the same time. It's pretty standard. So now we're doing level 2-1. There's one of these level 2s that's like really hard for me to do because I don't have a lot of CCs, and I'm hoping I don't get that one. I think I got that one actually. So this one's like, I'm not built to, my character is not good at doing this one, but as long as we have like 1 or 2 people that have knockups, which it looks like we do, we should be fine. I have two knocks. I have my pull and I have my push. And I can disable, or I can get these interactions to work on this level. Like, I'll show you guys in a minute, but it's not a lot compared to the meta tank build. Like, this is a tank healer setup, and a lot of people just go pure tank. So it's a little bit different. There's definitely a lot of things New World could rip off this game. Yeah, I mean, it's mostly the end game, right? Like, that's the main issue with New World. New World nailed everything else, just not the end game. And I feel like that's for an MMO standpoint, it's actually better to nail the end game than it is to nail the beginning of the game. Like, I'm the kind of person that's like, if you are going to have a TV show that you want you to watch, it's like, okay, watch this TV show if it's bad for the first 10 episodes, but then it starts getting better. Like, I'll stick through those. Like, I look forward to that end game experience a little bit more. But I understand that a lot of people will just turn off stuff if the beginning is not good. It's just, they kind of prioritize, like, they went linearly. They got the beginning game good, and then they got the end game good, and the mid game was like, or no, sorry, I said that wrong. They got the beginning of the game good, and they got the mid game good, never really prioritized the end game. And now they're finally getting to it, which is probably the right spot for New World to be. It's just like, it's so late. And I don't know if they're going to get another chance at this point, but we'll see. So this guy right here we have to kill, and the only way to kill him is with the stun. So I can knock him into there, and then that counts as a stun if I hit a wall, and there's this one tiny pillar that counts as a wall. So it's like a weird adaptation I've had to make for playing an off-meta tank build. So like I'll knock him in a second, knock him into the wall, do a little damage, and then I have to wait for teammates to do another knock if we want to do more damage. Whoa, that camera movement was weird. They got chanced by the virtue of everyone else's inaction. Basically, I mean, that's what New World's capitalizing on. I think that, I think Ashes will be in a lot better spot by the time New World gets around, and I think it will be too late, because Ashes will actually be in a pretty good spot. Oh, I missed it. There's a way to knock them off there, but there's a little invisible barrier spots. You're the same server in New World? I'm in a lot of servers. What server are you in? Is it Pengia or is it like Valhalla / Maramas? I think I'm in El Dorado still. Cool, we got to the final boss area. This is the most fun part about this entire one for me, because there's a little spot here that I like to use to pull people off the map. And that guy did not get pulled into it. I think I could hit it right here. Nope. It's like between these two things, you can hit people off the map. It's like kind of small. There we go. These guys can one-shot me, but I think we're okay. There's also a little mechanic where the little work Shadowmancers can turn you into a chicken, and then that, like, kills you. It's not very fun. Oh, shit. Am I okay? Yeah, I thought I fell off. If you fall off there, it's really hard to get back up. Cool. Ashes isn't going to be fully released till, like, 2027. I feel like that's a good thing though, right? Because a lot of things have been coming out like too early, and that's been their downfall. I think Asher's actually playing it slow is probably for the better. But that might be a take. Alright. So this is my pseudo tank setup. I just switched to a different one. It's not a pure tank, but I have buffs that I can give to allies that make them significantly, or do a lot more damage. So as long as I like maintain aggro, this one's usually ends up being a little bit better. So this is first mechanic. It's gonna do a charge. This boss is really easy to tank compared to most of them. And then he does this thing where he hits the ground. I just make sure he doesn't hit my allies and dodge it. And I'm gonna pull him back towards the center a bit. And then we can do DPS. Get my buffs to the highest damage dealer on my team, which is this spear guy. And I've got this little damage immunity bubble because teammates did the mechanic, which is on the other side of the arena. And now we're just tanking. Ashes isn't going to steal it for years. That's true. I think it's probably going to be a year or two, but still. I mean, the other kind of weird part is, like, if you look at the trend for how games have been recently, it's like a lot of games that have attention for a very short period of time. There's not many games that have actually, like, had, I'd say, the public attention for more than a month. And then people move on. And I don't know if that's ever gonna get tired, like, people are gonna get tired of that, or if that's just gonna be the new trend. Yeah, like Helldivers was a phenomenon, but short-lived. Yeah, so like the current one is Marvel Rivals, right? Like Marvel Rivals is really, really popular, but how long can Marvel Rivals be on top? Or will it just kind of fall over in a little bit? Alright, I'm gonna cast ult. Did I not dodge that? No, you have to jump over that mechanic. I'm actually like afraid to play Marvel Rivals too. Like I coached the person in Overwatch who's considered to be the best player in the world in Marvel Rivals, and I was talking to him about it. And I was like, if I play that game, I don't think I'll be able to play anything else for the next month. Like it looks too fun. It's like one of those where it just sucked me in, I would not emerge. Like it's basically just Overwatch 2.0, but they're starting off where Overwatch started off. The main thing I like about it is that it's 6v6, not 5v5, which sounds like a really small difference, but it allows you to run a lot more dynamic team comps, basically. Like 5v5 with the tank meta in Overwatch 2 just makes stuff super, super stale, super, super fast. Because there's usually like a meta tank that you have to run, and if you don't run it, then you lose. And a lot of people don't like to run the meta tank all the time because it's not fun to run the meta tank all the time, so then it's like not very fun. Versus when you have like the extra tank, like a lot of stuff gets more interesting. Like I think that their fundamentals of that game are better than the fundamentals of Overwatch, but I don't know if people will play it for a long period of time. The other question is like the publisher, and will they be able to like maintain the IP? Because NetEase doesn't have a wonderful reputation, but they have a okay reputation. Or is it NetEase, or is it, it's Tencent? Okay. I think 5v5 is better from a competitive standpoint, but from a casual standpoint is a lot worse. Like if you... sorry, I have an ad. I'm like looking at stuff real quick. Okay. Yeah, it's not really pertaining to me. Cool. Ooh. Auction house thing sold. Free money. I have a lot of these dungeons to do, but I figure we talk about other things too at the same time. It's NetEase, but NetEase is owned by Tencent, I see. Do they have root perms in that game, or is it not root perms? Because that's the thing that I don't really love. They're both owned by the Chinese government, so yeah, I guess it doesn't really matter. I mean, the other interesting one that will be coming up very shortly is how's that TikTok ban gonna go into place? It's gonna be kind of interesting. Because the TikTok ban was done not by the, like, I think Trump is trying to delay it, but that was something that was done by an act of Congress, and you can't really obstruct that, traditionally speaking. Like, it's like relatively difficult to, well, it shouldn't be possible, but Trump will probably figure out a way to disrupt that, because I think he actually wants TikTok now, but didn't want TikTok a year ago or something weird. Keeps flip-flopping. That's like a similar situation. The root perms with it's like really scary, because that means they basically can use the video game to spy on people. It's like, does not seem great from an ethical standpoint. I mean, yeah, we're also in that phase where people are starting to offshore a lot of businesses to other countries, and then you're seeing the quality decrease because stuff's getting offshored. I feel like gaming, it's not as big of a deal as it is in other spaces, though. Like, I feel like it's a lot easier to make a game than it is to do some other things, but it's still an issue where you have people that don't really understand the kind of culture, like, implications of things in charge of stuff, and then stuff usually goes wrong. So that's what it's been from my experience. It's like, I know, like, I work with a decent amount of people from India, and I would say that 80% of them are not great, and 20% of them are really good. Versus if it's the US, it's like the other way around, where 20% aren't great, and 80% are pretty good. Shit. Do we have another stun? Do I have to do my trick? I think I have to do my trick. It's gonna be annoying. Okay, we got another stun. Cool. That makes this a lot easier. You can just DPS check this boss and like bypass this entire mechanic, but I've only done it with maybe 2 groups. Like, you basically just have to keep stunning this guy in the middle so that he can't cast. But we already missed the threshold. Let me pull him. There we go. A lot of people like to do this one. Like, I'm queuing random so I could fill any group because it gives you a little bonus, but a lot of people like to do this one because it's pretty quick. It's just you have to know the mechanics. I'm very small government. Most of offshoring is literally just avoiding Western labor laws, which shouldn't be legal. Yep, that's basically what it is. Right, that's, I think the primary intention is just make stuff a lot cheaper, right? And you do that by avoiding benefits from the labor laws, as you said. Like, I know why it's a thing. Like, from a business perspective, it makes sense, right? It's like, if you hire, like, if you're just a business person that knows nothing about engineering, I hire engineer in US. It costs 10 times what it costs me to hire engineer in third world country. So just hire 10 engineers in a third world country, and surely that's better than having an engineer in the US. It's just, it doesn't feel like that actually practically becomes the case. Like, I don't know. Avoiding ethics, and it's a very short-term perspective, makes things worse in the long run, damages your infrastructure and labor force. Yeah, I mean, a lot of the market stuff, they don't really care about the long run. It feels like people mostly care about the short run. Like, they should care about the long run, 100%, but they just end up not really. Like, a lot of business people are thinking about, like, tomorrow, you know, not, like, 10 years in the future. The people that are thinking about 10 years in the future are usually more government-oriented. So, I have a little mechanic going on where I can infinitely cast an ability if I block an attack, and I have passive block chance built into this build. It's kind of interesting. I just have to make sure I keep not dying. Okay, now I can go infinite. So I can just spam this 1 key and keep sending out this, like, wave effect. It's like part of the infinite tanking setup. Did we get through it? Are we not through it? Yeah, we're through it. Okay, cool. Alright, you great SNS Greatsword right, or are you Wand? I'm Wand, so I'm SNS Wand. It's basically the Paladin class. Which is basically what I do in New World too. I like Paladin stuff a little bit more. The other thing too is there's a lot less SNS wands and a lot more SNS greatswords, but SNS wand is, I think, the better class in general right now. It becomes a lot better when in tier 2, which is going to come out next month. Which comes back to this game actually has stuff to look forward to, where there's like literally half the map opening up next month. We've literally only explored half the content in this game, and people are already talking about it. Like, oh, like people are leaving because there's not enough whatever. It's like, there's so much in this game to do. It's ridiculous. It's like it's at least entertaining for another like 2-3 months. What do you mean we're getting a new zone in Season 7? Okay, I'm sorry. You will interact with it maybe 5 times, and then knowing New World people, they won't even like increase the level cap. I think I want to do healer setup for this one. So I have a tank healer build, and then I have a tank DPS kind of buff-oriented build. I think I want to do tank healer here, because I don't completely trust my healer based off that last encounter, because I wasn't really getting healed at all, and I was tanking like 20 mobs at the same time and living. So I'm gonna put on my healer oriented spec that runs like this heal that's basically clap from New World and helps out a little bit. Also cleanses the thing, which I guess the clap from New World does too. I still have like one effect that like increases team damage, but it's like a lot less compared to what I normally run. So this, for instance, will cleanse that stun, right? Which is kind of useful. I don't know why putting heals on tank is so complicated. I don't understand. So I was playing a like over the weekend. I was playing a roguelike mobile game or whatever because I didn't have my computer, right? And like I like roguelike games a lot. And they had like a concept in there. Actually, this game has a concept that's coming out too. So they're actually adding. I probably already talked about this game. They're going to be adding in a talent-based system that's like pretty similar. Well, not pretty similar, but kind of similar to how it's done in Path of Exile, where you basically have talents that go around in a circle around where you start off and you unlock those and give you special effects. One of those talents for healer that's coming up is it's going to make all the heal spells do damage, so you can target an enemy with a heal spell and just like basically nuke them. Like, the fact that that's not an artifact in New World yet is crazy. Like, doesn't that just seem like something that should have been done, like, from day one? Like, artifacts are supposed to be really cool, fun, and interactive, and at the end of the day, what they're being used as is it's a stat modifier. I'm gonna cleanse that guy real quick. He has a thing on. Sun's kind of broken. Yeah, I mean, it'll be balanced inherently, too, but it's like, the idea of it's cool, but they'll figure out a way to balance it. They always do. It's like, you fine-tune the numbers, right, but the idea is really interesting. Because the main thing that this class struggles with is like solo content, right? Because I don't really do a lot of damage. This class in particular is just tanking and healing. So it's like I don't do damage. Thorns is not really a mechanic. It kind of is, but it's mostly not a mechanic. So it's gonna like kind of substitute for that. There is one cool thing I can show you guys in a maybe here. Are they doing boon? So you know how there's wars in New World and how people like often like watch Twitch streams to see wars? In this game, you can actually go to the spot where the war's happening, just stand in the zone, and you can like walk around as an invisible player mid-war. It's like really, really cool. It's like arenas in Euro, but way bigger scale. I mean, they have arenas in this game too. It's not a game mode that I like to play, but there's a 3v3. Oh, there's another fun game mode. So they have seasonal game modes too, right? And there's one right now where you basically get to play as snowmen. You get to fight each other. What are we doing? Azrael Riftstone. Oh, we're doing a thing right now. If you control a zone in the map, then you could fight the boss. And the boss gives you loot, and you can do it once per day. So we control a zone right over here. So people are saying to come over here and we're gonna fight this. Heal Snowman? Yeah, I'll show you in a minute. I think we want to do this thing real quick. But it's just like there's so much to do. Like this is a random thing I didn't even mention as an endgame activity, and this is an endgame activity. Like there's a guild hall with monsters that you could fight too. I don't think there's many people here. There's like 5. Yeah, not many. That's probably gonna take a bit. Just a mechanic. There's like a guild instance of this boss, and then there's also like an open world instance that you could fight. It's just if you control the zone that you could do the guild one. DPS are doing something now. Doing like 5% every 30 seconds. It's like better than I thought we'd do with 5 people. Pop my mana potion. Look at all these bow staff rats. True. There's a lot of them. The real fun one's Spear right now. Spear basically can one-shot you. If you're not careful. A good amount of people have been picking that up. It's like, it's a class that is focused on like combos, and the thing that makes it so strong in PvP is PvP is often PvEvP, and you can basically set up your spear combo by using the PvE mobs, and then you turn that PvE encounter into a PvP one, and you can just delete people. So you can get like max stacks basically and just go into PvP and just like fry some dude. Except it's not one dude, it's like 20. It's the most recent weapon they added, and it's pretty powerful. Do we have a melee person yet? I don't think we do. So it's like, it doesn't matter where I turn the boss or if I don't turn the boss. Like, usually you don't want the boss to face towards players because it will hit them and do damage and stuff, but I think everyone here is like tanky enough to where that doesn't really matter. No more New World? I haven't been doing New World for a bit, but I got a New World war coming up in 45 minutes. And it's going to be the first war I've done in a few weeks. So doing a little bit, but not a lot. I don't think there's a point of even looking at New World until the seasonal stuff comes back around. And then even then, I don't think the seasonal stuff is gonna be super promising. The main issue I have with the seasonal stuff is you still have to redo the entire beginning of the game. The bright side is I've done the beginning of the game in like under 24 hours at this point, so it's like it's not that bad to do. Less Templar cloak. I would have soloed it even, but I'd have to be here all night long. That's funny. It's like kind of an off day, because we just had the big, like, giant conflict v conflict, and right after that happens, there's usually a bunch of fallout, and people are, like, scattering all over the place to join different companies. But we just earned this cloak, and there's a auction for people that do participation for things, and basically this is worth the equivalent of $20, a little over $20. I think it's close to 30, maybe 40, depending on the variant that you get. So this one has health regen, so this one's actually not worth a lot, but there's ways to make it be worth more, basically. This one's also health regen, but those cloaks are worth a good amount. Then you get a whole burger and fries for that in Cali. You want to see something crazy? You see this? See how it's 90,000? That's like over $1,000 for that weapon. I think. Yeah, so that's 6,000 for 99, right? And that's 90,000. So that'd be 15 times 99, so, or basically 15 times 100, right? So yeah, it's $1,500 for that weapon. People swiping pure USD in this game? Basically that's how it works, yeah. You can, so what they do is like, there's still G2G and stuff like that, and it's a lot less expensive, but if they catch you using it, they'll take your balance that you got from it and they'll make it negative. So, and then that basically makes it so that you have to buy everything back. So it's like, some people risk it and a lot of people don't. I don't think you really have to spend too much money in this game. That being said, I think I spent the price I spent on New World in this game. Because I was like significantly behind at first. And I wanted to catch up. So it's like it's a decent catch up mechanic. Because I started the game like a month late. And I was trying to get into top endgame guilds. And they were like, yo, if you don't hit this mark, like, that's bad. And then at a certain point, I think I had to, like, basically blackmail somebody into having me stay. And then, like, I hit the number that they wanted me to hit. Now no one cares. By blackmail, I mean I was like, you can cut me. And I know you, like, they knew I was a good player, but I was low, like, a low number, right? Like, this number here, it's 4,000. They're like, hey, you need to be 3.9K. And I was like, 3K. And I was like, you can cut me, but just know that I have an offer for a different company. And they offered to full biss me out. Because they know I'm a good player, and I know you know I'm a good player, and I told them I would hit that number within a week. And I hit that number within a week, free to play, by just, like, basically grinding the game and selling stuff. But, I don't know. That's kind of a weird thing. You can cut me, but I can cut you back, Holmes. Basically, that's how it worked out. It's like, I understand if you want to do that, but you and I both know I'm a good player. though. And then like the group I had vouched that I was a good player. People knew from other games I was a good player. Like basically every game I touch, I'm generally pretty good at. So yeah, it's kind of a weird situation. I'm gonna go do a little hide and seek stuff. Oh no, I wanted to show off the fun game to Crush. Let me show off the fun game. So there's arenas, right? There's 3v3, but there's this other mode that's a 6v6 snowball fight, and it's super, super fun. Or at least I enjoy it. I think some people don't enjoy it.
We have a variety of contracts here. Would you like
Is Rise still streaming too? I'm kind of curious. He should be. But I figure I could show you guys this, and it might be something interesting if he is. Is he streaming? Oh, he's not streaming right now. But basically the number one, or Crush, do you know Impunity? So he left to play Marvel Rivals competitively. And he's pretty good. Like, I think he's a top 50 player. Not right off, no? Okay. He's considered to be, like, probably a top 5 player in New World, like, as of, like, maybe 3 to 4 months ago. Like, I think he went top 3 in the New World League draft or whatever. But he's really good at Marvel Rivals. And he's on a pretty good team. But the last guy I coached in Overwatch, or the last team I coached in Overwatch, had 2 players on it I worked a lot with that were relatively good. Or, well, actually, there's a third that's notable. So there's Amazing and Kurova. They're currently on the best Marvel Rivals team that has the most winnings in NA. And then there's another guy named Scissors, and he is on the... not the best, but one of the more famous Overwatch teams. He's on the San Francisco Shock, if you know them. And then there's some other guys that I've worked with that are also on some pretty good teams. So it's like a small world in that community too. It's just I haven't gone back to it because it takes up so much time. That's like the main thing about it that scares me. Like, this game is like a lot of time to some extent. And the other thing too is, like, with Overwatch Marvel Rivals, it's like it's never like chill time, you know? Like, you're always doing something. This game is like, there's a good amount of chill time where you're doing stuff. It's like more casual, and then there's a good amount of like, you know, I'm PvPing, or I'm gonna be focusing on this stuff time, and I like the balance a little bit more. Because there's a, like, I feel like that's the strength of MMOs right now. There's just like, there's balance. Man's a Christmas tree. Oh yeah. So you basically play as little pets, and you fight the other pets. I'm a Christmas tree. There's a penguin and there's a yeti.
We'll win an amazing prize.
Why am I not picking that up? Okay.
You'll get the shiver effect. Get hit by too many and you'll turn into a snowman.
I'm like afraid I'm gonna fall off here, but I don't think I've fallen off here in like 10 games doing that strat. All your abilities like use, except this first one, uses snowballs, which are above my head. So I like to go over there to the side, and 50 is the maximum that you can get. And then this is my main combo. And I got pulled off. But that guy also fell off. So Yeti, he runs into people, and he can push people. The penguin pulls people, and the tree is just pure damage. The Yeti's probably the most fun to play. Or at least I enjoy playing the Yeti a lot. But he's also super contested, and you can only have 3 Yetis per team. So, I tend not to play the Yeti as much. Why can't I use abilities? Oh, I'm out of snow. That makes more sense. Alright, kind of trolling right now. Let me pick it back up. What the fuck is this? This is the holiday themed game mode in the game. where your goal is to knock other people off the map. Or to just do damage to them. So I could throw out Snowball, right? And it will basically one-tap those guys. That's a big stunning thing. At these snowballs. I'm trying to cast it behind that guy, so if he backs up, he gets knocked. Alright, gonna knock on him. This guy's invisible right now. I'm like playing an off angle. I obviously can't face tank 10 people on their team, so
Don't let your guard down just because your
I
opponent
can play off to the side a bit and do a little bit more. My teammates, okay. I kind of want to go to Yeti. The Yeti's really fun. Try to force him next game. So I can do a combo here. It's basically stun, 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 kill that dude. And that's why the tree, I think, is probably the strongest. Because you can infinite CC people, and it's, like, consistent. But this guy's really good at Penguin. He's got me twice. That's like that was a hard hook, because I was behind other teammates. He still got me. We got New World War coming up, but still got a little bit of time. Oh, don't do it again. God damn it. He's invisible there. I tried dodging to the side, it still hit me though. Farmed. Oh yeah, the penguin farmed me here. It was just this one penguin dude too. Oh, am I against the company? Oh, why am I against the company? They have a 4-stack, and we're all solos. Cast a funny question related to FPS, Mr. Semi-Pro? Sure. What would you like to know about FPS? If it's why there's so many cheaters in COD, I can't help you there. Like that COD has like unironically become a cheater haven, and I don't know what's going on. Like it looks like that game has like lost all sense of integrity. I think I could do one more event. Ooh, this only has 3 hours left. Glad I saw that. Got a new level for my wands. So I've been trying to go this top tree. So this is just passive effects that you get by using weapons for a certain period of time. This is also the system that makes it super hard to switch weapons in this game, because these passive effects are super powerful. So it's like this last one's 5% cooldown speed, like cooldown reduction. Like that's so super strong, and if you don't hit that, then like you're not gonna be able to cast as many things. No, I didn't get the Yeti in time. Wanted the Yeti. How much does your proximity or monitor impact performance? Like latency? Or like how close you are to your monitor? Because some people literally, there's some pros that play like 2 to 3 inches from your monitor. The main thing is you want to, okay, somebody left. You want to be able to quickly scan like where people are without having to like turn your head, if that makes sense. Like you want to be able to go from like the left to the right of your screen by just like doing a quick glance. You don't want to have to like do anything else. I sit far from my monitor and it hurts my FPS stuff. I mean, I could probably pull up like Overwatch League pictures, and like you could see from those.
Like how far people are sitting from their monitor and stuff. Yeah, like look at this. Like Birdring was one of the best DPS in the game at the time, but he's sitting like pretty close. But usually, like, I'm more like the guy like here on the left where you have your arm out and like you're using your pad. Like I tend to do that a little bit more. But and like I'm a little bit further back, so I'd play at this table. So that's like maybe like this. I know this mouse pad. This is a foot by a foot by a foot, so he's playing a foot away from his monitor, which is about what I do. Maybe a little bit over a foot. Like I do like a foot and a few inches. It matters. It's just like not the primary driver. Yeah, I mean, you want to be pretty close. And the main thing is that you want to be able to, like, you need high refresh rate, low latency, and then the rest just, like, kind of comes naturally. I got the Yeti. Let's go. Yeah, 1 to 2 feet is too far. I mean, it's far, but like I don't know if that will significantly impact performance. The main thing is like you want to have your wrist. Well, if you're a wrist or an arm gamer, it depends on that. You want that to be stabilized. So like I'm an arm gamer, right? So it's like really important for my arm to like be able to like do consistent movements. Like yeah, so you want to have like basically your whole arm on the table. Or like if you have an armrest, you want to be using the armrest at the same spot consistently, and then have your other stuff on the table.
Each time you're hit, you'll get the shiver effect. Get hit by too many and you'll turn into a snowman.
I'm trying to break this. No, I didn't hit the penguin.
You're a snowman. You're out.
There's a tree. Tree will one-shot me if I go for this strat. So I have to back up. Yeah. That guy ran it down. That's like a suicide button, but is really good versus everyone except tree, because tree can punish the invulnerability. But if they don't have a tree there, then it's really good. Oh god, he has 38. I booped the penguin into my team. I tried to turn and body block, but I think I just ended up killing myself again. Gotta go take the risky path and heal. So we got war in 15 minutes. And it's like a T4 level war. Should be pretty fun. I haven't talked to Whirl in a while. I'm kind of wondering what he's doing. You just knocked me back? That's rude. Just gotta make sure to not hit that 2 button. It should be fine. What? What are you going for, buddy? Being said, I need to back up, and that's a ice block. I'm getting rolled today with this. Like yesterday, I was owning people here, and today it's like everybody's like playing like way, way better.
Don't let your guard down just because your opponents are cute.
There we go. That's the standard Yeti combo. You knock someone up, and then you push them off. What server's the war on? It's on Barama. It is the Restless Shores war. So I could go for the knock on this. This is a Yeti, this is a Yeti, so they'll just basically push me off the map. Oh, okay. I'm gonna get stun comboed if I'm not careful. I don't really have a way to knock them. It does damage to him too, but didn't really have a way to knock there. There's a way to knock here very easily. I think it pulled back. I have snowballs. I could go for basically a risky play here.
Things are heating up.
No, wait! You're my teammate! My teammate hooked me off! No, he stole my Yeti! I'm getting betrayed. Murama need mercs? Maybe? I don't know. I don't have roster control. So these are bonus targets, so they get bonus points if they knock people with them. That will stun them. Dang it, I had a combo there.
Congratulations are in order.
Well. How you like Throne and Liberty? I think it's a lot better than New Road because there's actually an endgame. I am currently failing at snowball fighting though. I don't understand what the appeal to this game is. It looks like dog shit to me. I agree, that's what I said. And the reason why this game is appealing is because you see all these events? This is a unique thing that you can do. And this gives endgame rewards. You have all this stuff. This gives endgame rewards. So all these events, that's like maybe 8 forms of content, endgame rewards. You can go to the co-op dungeons. This is endgame reward. This is endgame reward. You have large-scale PvP. That gives endgame rewards. You have arenas, which I forget where the button is now, because there's too many buttons in this game, and it's kind of confusing. Those give endgame rewards. You have, like, it's just basically everything. There's always something to do, because everything that you do can give endgame rewards. That's the appeal. You forgot trials and secret dungeons? Yeah, I mean, the trials are, like, one time, right? But yeah, that's another thing, too. I forget where they're at, because I haven't done them in a bit. But trials, secret dungeons are another way to get endgame rewards, or basically time trials at a certain point. The beginning part is can you clear the levels at the end, and towards the end it's like how fast can you clear them. And it's just like there's a bunch of different stuff. Oh, wait, I'm thinking of the wrong thing. Yeah, the dimensional trials. Yeah, this is how you get runes, and that's an endgame reward too. And that's like basically like mutations from New World, except it scales like pretty dramatically. And then those are used to get stones, which you put in your gear and then give you bonus effects, right? So this one's giving me bonus health. This one's giving me more incoming healing. I think this is a hit chance one, which I don't really get a lot of hit chance ones, so I'm still using a pretty low one. But those are all part of the end game system too. And it's like, say you get trash gear. Like in New World, if you get trash gear, you salvage it, right? In this game, you get trash gear. I can combine it to get a random chance at an epic drop. Like, the end game just makes sense, is what it comes down to. Like, New World does not have an end game. This game has an end game. Like, I don't think everything's fun about this game, but the fact that it has an end game automatically makes it better than New World. You're 4,000 gear squid, been putting in some work here. Yeah, I mean, I'm in Supple. We took the like on the most PvP competitive server. We took the capital like yesterday. So I definitely been putting in work. No, Maple Man. He was so young. What just happened to me? What is going on? I am so lost. No! I got destroyed. I'm still working on my Yeti. I'm definitely a tree one trick. The other game I've been considering going back to is Albion, but Albion has a similar problem where the visuals are like not amazing, but the game's actually really fun. Like really good endgame. I missed the off the map again. Still pelting the dude, but teammates aren't really helping here. I need to get snowballs. Pretty bad. I guess one thing I can do is like I've been initiating fights and I can play like as a kind of like a D-tank. That would probably be an easier way to get value. I'll fall off the map and we're good. Why is my penguin running it down? Oh, he's lining it up. Man, I'm getting bullied. I'm going tree. Tree will carry. Yeah, I mean, I don't think New World's gonna fix the end game is the main issue. Like, usually you, like, I think for an MMO, you have to design for the end game first, and New World's designing for the end game last. Like, I think you need to build an end game, and then after you have the end game, you're like, how can we make everything else tie in? I don't know if that actually casts or not. But apparently today is not my day for snowball fights, and we're losing every single one. It's pretty bad. Is it because there's no matchmaking or something and I'm just going against guilds, or is it just that I suck today? Like, I feel like it's more that I just suck today, but... Yeah, no, that's not really a guild.
Things are heating up.
Like, usually I'm the one that's 15-0, 15-0ing people. I'm also usually playing Tree the whole time because he's just a really easy character to get a good KD with. Oh, that almost hit. Would have been huge. Because that guy's a bonus point person. Dude, he's moving. Why is he moving? Okay. We're actually back in this. And we might have lost.
We have a winning team. Congratulations are in order.
We were in it. Supples on Zeroth? Yup. You can tell because of this. Yeah, I'm getting on for the Whirlpool. To boot up New World though. Going into another war cold because... Oh shoot, I should have checked this earlier.
Let me change my source real quick for the audio to New World. And there you go. Now you should have sound. The main thing with like Throne and Liberty is like this is just a problem with me, but I don't like playing games that I'm not good at. And I didn't feel like I was good at Throne and Liberty until probably 2 weeks ago. Maybe less than that. Like there was a while where I was like I felt like I was okay but not good, and now I feel like I'm pretty confidently good in PvP. I could change the Throne of Liberty to New World now too. Here we go. Trying to move this back. It's so hard to get to snap on to where I want it to be. There we go. Oh no, do I have the stupid thing? I don't think I do. Okay, cool. So do we have territory with the other company I've been fighting with? I don't think so. It's like I don't really know what the war scene is like with companies too much anymore in terms of like who actually has territory and stuff. But I imagine they're not super insane anymore because a lot of the players left. That being said, I am also probably not super insane anymore because I haven't played the game in a bit. So maybe it'll be interesting. This is a 700 gear score character. I could not be asked to bother with the 725 gear score content. I just don't think it's worth my time. Like, for the benefit that you get, it just does not seem worth time to put into it. So, I'm just, like, kind of skipping the whole recent leveling thing. $725ing a more than one character isn't worth it until they make gearing not trash. Yeah, that's how I feel. Oh, do I have this stupid bug? So this internet, like, symbol will not go away until I restart. Um... Trying to pop in his Discord here. Do we have micros?
Okay, hello everyone.
I should probably mute the
If we
Discord.
can get the Discord going, the Discord going out for main comms, micro comms, let them know. I wish there was a TeamSpeak Bob Ross. Hopefully one day here soon we might actually get a TeamSpeak going, I think.
Good. No TeamSpeak. I'm gonna have to do. I have to do Discord with the browser if I remember right. I haven't done this in a while. All right, Crush, you gotta help me tank.
We could exit the main menu? Oh, okay, let me do that real quick. It's so annoying that it doesn't go away. Click turn back, spin to win. Okay. It sounds like this company I'm warring with hasn't really warred much before. But I recognize some of the names from wars. So I feel like that's a lie. Need to delete another Discord too. Well, saying goodbye to OG New World Discord. Okay. So now I need to get into the main comms with my browser. Because I don't want to do push to talk. Like, I can't do push to talk with the browser. Not much, just trying to figure out the Discord stuff.
Oh, don't worry, it's a bit scuffed. From what I know.
Yeah, double Discord's just weird because I have to do one browser with one, and then this has to not be on browser, so I can do push to talk. I don't know.
Download Canary.
Yeah, I was told that like 2 years ago, and I never did it.
Yeah.
We should be good. Cool. Like lurking game with a buddy. Good luck. Thank you. I feel like my sense is way too low. I'm used to higher sense now.
Baker, I got a question for you. What's your opinion on reflective animus? Thorny reflection, I mean.
Hold on.
It's like I said that again.
What's your opinion on thorny reflection?
Okay for ult charge. Realistically, not that good for ult charge, and not really a valid source of damage unless you're like a DPS class. So like, pretty niche. I don't think it's like terrible on Bruiser. Because it would help you build Deado, and then you do a little bit more passive damage, but...
Yeah, that's. I was only thinking about putting it on potentially gloves, and the thing I'm giving for it is essentially a conditioning. Because right now, Bruiser, I'm running 4 Enchanted Ward, 4 Freedom, 2/Con. I've been debating back and forth about the 2 Flame Con.
And I don't think you have to go Flame conditioning with Bruiser. I'd probably go Strike before I went Flame. That being said, Fire Staff's probably stronger than I last
I'm
remember
running
it.
Strike Protection on the amulet. On
Yeah,
all.
so you don't need it then. Yeah, I mean, you're
Yeah.
probably fine cutting it then. Yeah, I think usually people do like...
So when I craft my gloves, because you can put Thorny Reflection on gloves, right?
Right.
Yes.
Oh,
I was thinking of
gloves or
dropping
chest.
one of my flame conditioning on. I've already crafted my chest, but I was thinking of putting one Thorny Reflection on gloves just for Heart Rune charge.
Yeah, I don't think that's a cook. I think that's probably fine, maybe even optimal.
Yeah.
I've been liking it a lot, but that's just me though.
You know how much damage it's passively doing for you? I know for tanks, so you gave up immediately and you realized it wasn't scaling with health, but...
I mean, just for, let's say, mainly open world and OPRs or whatever, like the shits and giggles kind of build, with my 300 blood drinker, it's doing at least 130 something a tick.
It's not bad. I think the main thing with Bruisers, the faster you build Dota, the faster you can kill people, so...
Yeah, pretty much. Well, the faster you can crash as an army. And it's all
Yeah.
about kill boxing right now in the higher end. Alright, starting my stream, starting my VOD. So did you join Renegades?
I'm checking it out first, because I need to see if I actually like New World still or not.
So, Maremma's been full of lower tier wars recently, and they have been a lot of fun, because you can kind of just, like... The good ones that last a while, that don't just, like, the attackers win immediately, they've been fun. They haven't been challenging. They haven't been, like, sweaty. There haven't really been that many sweaty wars because of the fucking loading screen. You know about the loading screen on defense?
In Fort?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know they never fixed that, and that was one of the reasons why most people quit.
Yeah, and it's gotten worse. That's why the 50-man surge through the first gate has been working so consistently. Because all you got to do, especially in higher competitive wars, all you got to do is kill like 5 people. You kill 5 people, you guarantee victory on the first push. Because they may have like a 10-second respawn screen, but they end up with like a fucking 2-minute loading screen.
Yeah, I told AGS about it, they know about it, and they were like, we can't even replicate the problem. It's like, no shit, you can't replicate the problem, you can't get 10 people to test on war, but...
Sorry, I'm taking my buffs.
Like, I don't know, I kind of gave up. It's like, if you can't see it off the data, I don't know what to tell you. Like, the defense wins, like, once it gets to 4, it's gone down so much.
I just want the perfect From Software PvP MMO. That's all I want. I don't care who makes it, I just want it to be good. Elden Ring PvP, but MMO. That's all I want.
Yeah, you can't get that right now. I don't think there's a game on the horizon that you will be able to.
Yeah, well, New World was like the closest thing.
Yep.
You know, it was like the fucking prodigy. The golden child that flunked out of college.
Yeah, I think everyone still looks at it and is like, oh, this game has potential because the combat's so good and it runs really well for how it plays, but it's like,
Right?
we're talking about potential 3 years in.
You know, what I think, not enough people are writing their fucking bi-weekly letters to Beef Jesus Supreme. Clearly. Or else he wouldn't have besmirched us so much.
Like, we're at New World 2.0 and we're still QA testing for the devs. It's so funny.
Oh my god, you remember when they fucking Anthem 2.0? Never fucking came. But yeah, it turned him basically as New World 2.0.
Trevor, are you trolling me?
Hello, I'm just gonna relay it over so I'm not bullying y'all.
Oh, what's up, Lee?
Hello.
Oh, I'm fucking good. I'm ready. Y'all ready to fuck some dudes?
It's been a while. It has.
Oh.
I don't like to stream games I'm not good at, and I haven't been playing New World, so I didn't feel like I was good at the games. The guy talking about Anthem is spot on. Yep. It's like, you will not find an MMO with endgame content that's not tab target.
That's what it comes down
I'm
to.
afraid this is going to be a 2-minute war. I'm really afraid. I really hope Trailer Park Girls brought some shit. I don't want it to be a fucking 2-minute war.
It is restless, which is a little infamous for quick wars, but we'll see.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the question's always going to come down to on this patch and on every patch that they fix the fort thing. If you could take C, if you could take C, you basically just win.
Yeah. That's why it's not competitive anymore, because if you are competitive, the attacker's going to win.
Yep.
Because if it's competitive, they're going to go to fort. If they're going to go to fort, rip.
Yep.
Now, that's the best part about a lot of these lower tier wars that have been happening. People have been going to fort, but both armies have so many people dying
That you can't snowball it.
they can't snowball it. And it's like good again, right? But at the same time, I feel like I play for free in those wars, you know what I mean? Like I have absolutely no pressure at any point.
Yeah, I'm just hoping it isn't like super boring. I imagine tank's gonna be pretty boring.
After this, I might play some Dark and Darker.
Yeah, I'll probably hop in Dark and Darker too. Go kill some barbarians with a loot.
The unfortunate part too is I think this bug got introduced when they redid the whole console thing or pulled back end for console, and
Yeah.
I don't think there's any way to revert that. So they're
Yeah, there is. It's just turn off the game and refix it from the ground up.
Yeah, but that ain't happening.
No, it ain't.
We're
But
only going
this
forward
way.
here.
Can we just go back to season 2? That's
Real.
all I want.
Alright, I'm pushing straight. Alright, they got 50 coming top left. I'm pushing up top left off the rip. Pathing forward now.
Nope.
Alright, hopping up top left. Shocking top left. Looking at Bob. Looking at Bob. Looking
yeah,
at
you
Bob.
got shield there.
Bob stamp. Bob stamp. I'm gonna turn and grab top left. Turn and grab top left. Burrito burger. Ooh, push it. Ooh, baby. That's 3 healers. Alright, going hammer time. Looking at Bob Sage. Hammer time, Bob Sage. Ooh,
You got shield
I'm
here, you
doing
got
a little
shield
bit of
here.
health. I'm cleansing. I'm looking at Philly. Philly is squishy as fuck. Passing through top left. Oh, this
Trying to
is
show
gonna
to
be
you
a good war, I think.
hardcore.
Ooh, I need heal. I need
Yep.
heal.
You got shield, kind of.
Alright, I'm good.
Cleansing Bob.
Alright, I got cleanse now. Shocking and cleansing.
Try to put sacred near tank, and we can just stack tank and probably be fine.
Looking at RB1. Looking at top left, RB1.
Yep.
I'm
With you.
gonna be pathing through top left. Alright, crash it bottom left. Full combo. Box it. Alright, get out. Oh my god.
I need a
I
single.
lagged. Alright. I got 5 seconds. Rough. This is gonna be a banger. Let's fucking go. Alright,
Yep.
I'm hyped. Let's do it. Let's fucking do it. Alright, I'm grabbing cleanse and coming
We
back
gotta
up
try
at
to
10
push
seconds.
more towards the top, but we need to make sure that we actually have ample healing too.
For sure.
Like right now, we're
Alright,
just
come back
stacked on
with
top of
cleanse.
each other, getting pelted by fire stuff.
Alright, I'm gonna pull top right. I got 3 seconds. 3 seconds, still back. Alright, pushing up top left. Or top right. I'm gonna stand top right. Pathing through top right. Looking at Ralph. Looking at Vaughn. I'm gonna pressure on top left. Now.
Yep, just keep pushing towards the top, get the people off the point we'll passively tick.
Yep, I'm on top mid.
Healers, you could step on the bottom right now.
Spinning it. Alright, now I'm declumping. Alright, pulling hammer. It's hammer time.
Yep.
Looking at
Keep taking
Song
that
Chong,
space
Song
top point. We shouldn't have these
Yep,
fire
top,
staffs stepping
top,
top right.
Yep, I'm a top. I'm a Song Chong.
Look at this Philly the Wasp guy. Like, he needs to be
Yeah,
off of
Philly's
there.
super squishy. I see him pathing him.
Nice.
Burrito low. Or he's down. Look at Song Chong.
They got a Void
Dead.
Blade on point
Look at
right
Bob Sage.
side.
Shock him top left. Grab that top left.
They got shield here.
Spinning it. Alright, that's it. Take
Yep.
space top mid. Looking
Looking at
Start
bandit,
moving to
looking
top
at
right
bandit, AB on
here.
bandit, AB on
Get these
bandit.
people off right mid.
Yep, looking at top right, looking at top right. Santos.
All right, we should
All
be
right,
good
I'm
here.
holding that wall. Yeah. I'm gonna push up top mid.
If you need to buy, buy. Otherwise, I think we do a little rotate.
We should do a fast rotate.
I'm pre-rotating here. They're all on C.
I'm rotating C
This
now.
is like we should take the buy if we need to buy. Like
Yeah, take the buy and reset. Alright, I'm gonna be pushing from top bottom. I'm not gonna commit to a push yet. I'm just gonna pressure. I'm gonna pressure top mid with path.
Yep.
Alright, shocking it. Ooh, a lot of people low. I'm gonna grab a road. I'm gonna grab a road.
I'm OPR tanking.
Alright, moving to point. Spinning it. AB on it.
You have shield, but you need to
Cleansing.
declump.
Yep, I'm declumping.
Damn.
Okay, I was all the way out. Dot damage. Holy fuck, 3 seconds on respawn. That's my bad. That is
No,
my
you're
bad.
good.
Respawning B.
Alright, grabbing cleanse, come back.
They're playing super heavily for point. As long as we take space on the outside, we're probably okay.
Yeah, we can pressure in. Alright, I'm gonna be playing top out to in. I'm gonna be playing. Alright, rapid bot. Hit it. Alright, declump. They're gonna recrash, declump.
I want to start pushing a top point.
Yep, I'm on top right.
I'm
AB
center
on it.
right now as shield. I'm waiting for people to move out of bottom to move more.
Alright, I'm moving up top mid.
Yep. Moving
AB
up.
top mid. Shocking top mid. Looking at Son.
Shield is top mid.
I'm passing through
Don't
top
worry
mid.
about them playing bottom point. Our focus has to
No.
be pushing out people on top, and we'll just take space then. Oh, that left is juicy though.
Crashing it. Grab that. Shocking it.
Shield is back to top mid.
Cleansing.
Default top mid here, and then we can
AB
come
on
back
air
to point for
toad. AB on air
crash.
toad.
We have
Pressure top
shield,
left,
or we
pressure
have
top
heal
left,
under
hammer.
tank.
Hammer time top left. Shocking top left. Cleansing. Bathing through. Gonna push top right.
Yep.
AB top right.
Their tank's pretty low. Milla. Center point. Really good crash here. We can win here. We
Yeah,
can
big
win.
White, big
So
white. Commit.
just stack tank. We're gonna move left side. We're
Yeah,
up
moving left,
numbers. We
moving
just
left.
ball
On
here. We
berserk.
win. Ball
AB
together
on
and win.
berserk.
Look at this
Alright,
guy's
pushing
right
them
side. You see these three guys? Just hit
Yep,
them.
looking right
I'll
side,
keep
looking
shield
right
up.
side.
You live.
Shocking on right. On Heimdallr. Sun. Son. AB. He's dead.
Okay, move up more. Move up towards top.
Alright, we're getting good kills on point now.
Yep, we're doing fine. Hold cooldowns here for the very end in case they can test, but I think they're backing up.
Yeah, it looks like they're backing. We're waiting for a respawn still, looks like.
I'm gonna push the gate, try to get some staggers, and then I'll buy on B if we don't go immediately.
They're running.
Who's our game?
I'm on A right now. As soon as the gate goes down, declump.
They have a keg, but not going off. You have shield here.
Shocking. Deading. Nope, I'm dead.
Bag.
Not enough of us actually got through.
Yeah, we got stuck.
We gotta pull back. Yeah, we gotta waterfall.
Got you, miicrow?
Thank you. Should be good. All right, rotating to B. I'm gonna buy real quick and then go.
Yeah, buying cleanse. I'm gonna buy a couple haste just in case. Oh, I got a stupid loading screen.
That's just an attack bug. Wait a second.
Huh? At least it wasn't fucking 2 minutes, right?
Yep.
I'm back. I'm coming up B. Oh, we got a cannon, I see.
Oh, I always put down 3.
Let's go. Pathing through.
Healer's got the.
I'm gonna push to put to the end of the choke. Just hold end of the choke.
Why is there a keg in the
I
middle
can't
of
move.
us?
I can't move. We didn't fucking push. I got. Oh my god. I got body blocked like hell. All right, respawning. 15 seconds. Fuck me.
We should be getting in from the sides, by the way. B is like
Yeah.
kind of bait.
B gate's heavy as fuck. They should push straight in through the sides.
All right, I want us to push towards the top if you guys are still alive.
Right now, top right looks free.
I'm gonna
pushing
don't
casters.
don't go past mid so the healers can actually heal us. Doesn't look like to have any people dropping yet. Once healers have a chance to rotate, then we can move up a bit
Then we
more.
can pull it up. Yeah.
I'm just fucking
Yeah, I
dead.
think we lost a few. Can we push up a little bit more? I want to pull them out of this choke. Okay, we're hitting bottom, Vortexing and moving up, move up right now. Take top.
It's taken.
Yep. This should be
That's
a
a
win.
pretty
This
fast
should be a
take.
win.
Yeah, that's a win. That's a fast tick. Just commit to point, basically.
Yep.
Come on, game.
That's a win.
Yep. Welcome to New World Fort meta.
Yep. Exactly.
I didn't even respawn yet.
God, that is so stiff. I've still got it. That AoE heal diff
Was,
too.
uh,
Jeez.
Was our healer in comms? Is our healer in comms?
Defenders don't die in fort, then they can't lose. True. It's just if you die once, you're just done.
Take it as no. Definitely group comms need some tender love and care, but you know.
You
gotta
won
work
though.
on that. Yeah, hands down. I think they lose against the
Is
same
there a
army on defense,
T1's
though,
war
because
scene
Fort
right now,
meta,
Mr. Crow? Hail, there is not.
You know,
It is all T3, T4.
but for sure.
Because the main issue is that defenders in fort have like 2 to 3 times long of a respawn as they should. So if you die once in fort as a defender, you basically lost fort.
Miicrow, have a good one.
So it's just like
Yurisu, have a good one.
not really great. Thanks, you too. It's like there's no way to have competitive
Renegades
wars
has
with that.
prospects, though. They got some good people.
Then they should, like compared to
they need a little
attacker.
bit
Yeah,
more.
so like instead of a 50-second respawn, you'll have
They
like a
got
2 to 3
people in
minute
charge
respawn
that
on defense in fort.
either A, know what they're doing,
It's the
or
it's the
B,
respawn
know
screen
people
bug. It
that
still
they can ask.
exists, but it's like significantly worse than it has been.
Yeah.
It's been really bad ever since the patch came around where console got introduced.
Ugh.
And did they
Fucking
mention
tired.
fixing that at all? It's been brought up, but not really getting fixed. It's one of the reasons why I've like more or less moved on
Oh, I
from
want
New
some good
World,
wars.
and I wanted to try the war stuff to see how it was, and it's
Okay.
still fun. It's just like the fort
Some
is
fucking
like
good wars again.
the fort's so bad, and the other thing too is like there's no like T1 existing would just be so stupid because it would just be super attacker favored. It's like if you lose C, you just lose everything. Like it's just not fun. Like I can see who's still around. I know Castle of Ice is like relatively good.
Go.
We leave Discords too, or comms. But got the dub at least. I don't know. I'm still at the point with New World where it's like there's like I was talking about this with people earlier, and I don't know if people missed it, but like I've been playing Throne and Liberty, right, and like a few other games, but the thing with New World is like New World's completely catered towards the beginning and mid game. There literally is no end game, and the end game rewards don't even give end game level drops. So there's basically nothing to do in terms of the end game except for raid logging. Like that's your end game activity, and OPR I guess is something if you're trying to get great sword, but it's like heavily bugged and it's kind of pointless. Like I don't see a point of playing New World past a certain point right now. The point previously in like the past was to war log, right? Because the wars were super fun and it didn't matter what state the game was in because the wars were great. But the problem is the wars are god awful because they've never fixed this defender fort bug. Because that's never been fixed, all the war players left the game, and then when the war players left the game, I was just like, I'm just sitting here and I'm like, I don't really care about playing. Because I don't really care about small scale very much. I know some people have like transitioned to doing other things within New World, but not really me. I've kind of just been like, I'm moving on at this point. I kind of gave up. With that being said, I kind of want to look at what the map is like on a few other servers, but I'm probably going to back off of New World here. How's Throne of Liberty been for you? I know there's lots of guild stuff to do. It's been really good. I played with Supple with it, and as a lot of people would expect, Supple's doing pretty well. So everything's been pretty good there. No war scene really. I'm playing Marama. It's very uncompetitive. Yeah, and I heard Valhalla is slightly more popular. I know Marama's like kind of like T3, T4 level for what was previous. I know West Coast is even worse than that, so it's like I imagine it's basically non-existent. Is Supple dominant in Throne of Liberty, or did that have the competition? It's very close competition, Hale. Very close. Like at this point, I don't think I can get people in off of like you should play this game kind of thing because you know they're good New World players. Like honestly, for heal or maybe you it would be like somewhat possible, but like AOE heal doesn't work how it works in New World because AOE heals only apply to people within your actual group. They don't apply to the whole army, and that's how it's balanced. So it's like it's very different. But healers are the most in demand role. Okay, so Heaters still have his territory. Heaters keeps like putting out messages. I think I'm still in Heaters, and they're like, "Yo, we'll pay like 40k if you do this war," and it's like I don't even feel like logging on for that. You know, it's bad when the dedicated war players are starting to walk away. I mean, yeah, it's like I played the game for 3 years, only did wars, didn't care about any other content. And it's like, I mean, but the main reason why it's bad is because there's a fort bug, right? And it's like the defenders, it makes defending literally impossible. Like defenders, if it gets to fort, like your defender win rate is like less than 10%. Like it's probably less than 5%. Is there wars in Throne and Liberty, or what is the endgame PvP? Yeah, there's wars. I can get on that game and show you that a bit. So there's different kinds of wars. There are guild wars, which are like what you see in New World, where it's like 70v70. And then there's open world bosses, which is like you're doing a raid while fighting other people. And then there's like large scale sieges, which there was the large scale siege the other day, and that was like roughly 200 v200 v200 v200. So super chaotic, very macro oriented, and a lot of people like that content, and it happens once every 2 weeks. It's like insane. Like you will not find that in any other game. It's literally insane. The main problem with Throne of Liberty is it's like, from a visual perspective, it is like someone threw up on your screen. Like it is not a pretty it's a mobile game ported to an MMO, and it looks like a mobile game ported to an MMO. So in large scale, it's like kind of a nightmare to figure out what's going on. But in small to medium, it's really fun. The large is like decently fun. It doesn't happen as often. So I'll show you the battleground for the large scale. But like this is the large scale that happened the other day. So this is the capital. You fight so I can grapple onto these things. You fight your way. So these things on the ground, they turn into golems, and you basically attack the castle. You fight from those golems all the way through to the end over there in 45 minutes into that throne room. And it's this giant battlefield. You take certain spots that you can see on the map on the bottom right. So like there's like different respawn points basically that you could take. And then if you hold these spots, you get the in-game currency that costs money. But your end goal is to just to take this final area, and there's so much going on. So you have like golems that are attacking. They can break open barriers, like this wall. It can break open a wall and you can flood in through that wall. There's secret mechanics, and there's weather dynamics too. So there's a sewer system that you can take to get behind people. Like you could flank through the sewers basically. But the main thing with that mechanic is like right now you see it's raining, right? If it's raining, the sewers are flooded. So that gets completely cut off. And there is a person that can control the rain for the entire server, and that's the person that's done the most activity contribution. So it's like something that people fight over too off of hours. There's another effect called Eclipse, which will get rid of the rain, and that's the person that holds the most PvP PvP stats at the time. And that's something that people fight over all the time too. It's just like there's so much going on in terms of the end game. It's ridiculous. Like New World has like 2 to 3 things for the end game. This game has like probably 10 to 15 activities that you do at the end game that all give end gamer level rewards, and it's just like it's crazy. Like crazy dynamic. So like there was a war that we had yesterday, and basically what happened, like this is where the sewer thing pops up that I was talking about earlier. But there was a war yesterday that Supple won, and what happened is this other company that was holding defense, right? They were like holding up here, holding these chokes. Supple just ran behind. Oh, there's Curio. From New World players. Curio quit New World and was playing this game. We just basically plowed through this, went directly to the throne room, back capped it, and hid like a respawn in a secret spot. And that surprised everybody, and we were able to, like, there was a little back and forth after that. That play, like, opened up, like, everything. It was, like, crazy. Is Throne of Liberty hard to get into? I have it, but isn't it grindy? It's pretty grindy. I can look at my Steam and see how many hours it took, because I just hit, like, endgame stuff. Oh, it's going to be all flawed, actually. Let's see. Throne and Liberty. Yeah, so like 400 hours. But this is kind of flawed because there's a system in the game called runes, and one of the ways that's really easy to get runes is to AFK at a spot that does an event, and you just passively can get them. So I did that for a while. So I probably spent like 200 hours, maybe 250 to get to endgame, and I think I spent like $70. And the rest of the stuff, which you have like the shop currency that you can buy, right? Which is like relatively pricey. Like if you go down to the bottom here, I think it says, so I bought these. But like, it's like you don't get much of the Lucent. I made like 6,000 Lucent in like basically a month by just selling the gear I got. Like it wasn't very difficult. And then I used that gear that I sold to buy the gear that I needed. And then now my character's not endgame, like this endgame stuff would be like 4.5k right now, but it's like really competitive. Like I'm missing these 2 traits, and then after that it just comes down to doing these like rune farms basically. But yeah, it's a hard game for an individual to get into, I'd say. If you're in a guild, it's very, very fun. I don't know the best way to get into guilds. What I did is I wasn't like, yo, I'm gonna join Supple like right away and have him carry me. I was like, I want to get the feel of this game, and I didn't stream it very much, but what I did is I leveled from 0 to 50 on the same server that Supple was on, and then like just started doing stuff, and then Supple people ran into me and they're like, yo, we got room for you, because I didn't think they actually had room, and then they picked me up basically. So is the 70v70 similar structure in New World with the rostering groups? Yeah, it's very similar. So it's up to maximum groups of 6, but I think it's 75v75 actually, or is it 70v70? No, it's 70v70, but it's 70 people up to groups of 6. So often what we do is we have groups of 5 for that conflict, because it just mathematically works out a little bit better to have groups of 5. And with your 5-man, you have like a goal. The goal of my 5-man is basically to frontline tank. So we're like frontline tanking / engaging. So I'm playing like a paladin class for that. That's like really good at frontlining. But there's like a lot of different stuff where there's like, you know, you got like your point team more or less, like your frontline tanks. You got like kind of midline people, and those are like your bruisers, and then you have backline people, and that's like mages basically from New World, and like bow players. And then there's like assassins. I mean, there's just like a lot of different classes. The main gripe I think that this game has, and in terms of like the weapon side, is that let's see if I go to skills. I think I could show weapons from here somewhere. Forget where the screen is that shows weapons. Did I go here? Skill specialization. Oh yeah. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 weapons. It's relatively hard to level up multiple weapons at the same time. So you're kind of like, you don't have to commit to a class right away, but once you commit to a class, it's difficult to back out. There's some things that like I could transfer my skill level from this shield throw or whatever to like a different ability, and that helps with that, but like it's very hard to play like every single role in the game. There's some people that do it, but they play like a lot more than me. Like Branchies, I think plays like 4 or 5 classes, but he plays like a ridiculous amount and has like turned it into like a somewhat full-time job because he's actually like making money off of playing the game because he's carrying people through like endgame activities and making money off of that. Your character looks so wholesome. Oh, this thing? Oh god, it's just a weird armor set, but the stat-wise, it makes sense. Wait, 70 is all the people in your guild? Like, everyone has to be on? They try to have everyone on. It's really, really strict with, like, trying to have people on. I think we have roughly a 95% attendance rate for, like, the larger scale important events. For the stuff that's like less important, like you don't have to be on, and if you're on for an event, you get a currency called DKP, which is something that people remember from WoW. And then what you could use your DKP on is bidding for items. So this is worth like $20, so people might bid for this and try to win it so they could sell it, make like the equivalent of $20 in game currency. So there's stuff like that. And then there's other weapons too. Like this weapon here is probably worth about $1,500, and that one like we wouldn't necessarily auction off, but would be given to a player that's like really, really good at the game. There was a player that we gave like $1,500 weapon to, and then they left the guild. So I think recently it's been been giving these like OP weapons to people that like are for sure loyal, and it's been like pretty manipulated, but we might give back to merit at a certain point. Like it's a combination of merit and like skill and like trustworthiness. So I think the last like probably 4 or 5 weapons have all gone to like ex New World players that like people know won't just leave supple for no reason. I'm recognizing names on that trade post from New World PvP companies. Yep. It's a lot of them. A lot of like old players that played this game too. So like people know Mystery. Mystery recently got rewarded with the most expensive weapon in the game. Based on a lot of activities. Man, I can go down the roster and people could see names, but like some people they won't recognize. Like Pori you'd recognize. Ward is like a player that is more unique to this game. Or like I haven't seen him before, but he came from BDO, which some players played. No, I played with, he came from a different game. The guild I'm in right now is the one that has like less of the supple players. Emily, I think, plays New World. Slot plays New World. And then there's some others that I haven't really played with as much. Dilemma, like, I'm not sure if Kenneth was playing this or not. A lot of people in this one you'd recognize. Krelix, Custom, Carl, A's, I think Num's in here, Branchies, Brewsty, Capri, Dex Demon, Faint, Kiwash, Kawhi, Mendrizzle. There's Numb. So it's basically like a lot of the OG players that are really, really good at the game came to this game. April, Rexy, Reloads, Soraka, Vimu, like Curio, Zook, NGH, Cythera, Woozy, XAE. Like, there's a lot of players. It's like early New World and you have to give like 2 to 4 mil for BIS pieces. I mean, it takes a while, right? Like, it took me like a month and a half to get like, not a BIS set, but this is like the equivalent of like a BIS budget set for my class. Like, the main threshold that you need to hit is 60 perception, because this is a hit chance threshold, which means that I can consistently hit my combo on people. There is a threshold that, like, ideally I'd want to be able to hit 70 strength, 60 perception, and 30 fortitude. It turned out to be a little bit better to hit 30 fortitude than 70 strength, because I did the math for it. And a lot of people before that were actually going 70, 60 and putting the rest in fortitude, not hitting this threshold, so that was kind of interesting for me. But most people probably don't care about that. And then, I don't know, the gear you just passively get. Some of these pieces are kind of expensive. This cape's really expensive, but it's not actually good for the build I'm playing right now. Because there's a change of collision chance that makes it less good for tanks. But this is like relatively easy to get. This is 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 farmable, but not easy to get. This is easy to get. This is easy to get, easy to get, easy-ish to get, easy to get, and then like there was like 3 pieces that are like kind of hard to get. Like the Clasp is hard to get. Shadow Harvester is like pretty hard to get, but it's farmable. Forsaken's very hard to get, but it's not that expensive. It's like $10, but it's like kind of hard to get in game. Who's the rank 1 company? Well, right now Supple owns, so there's companies and alliances, right? There's a difference between that. I think Supple Oni, which is like the more New World oriented one that I'm not in because I joined late, right? I was a little behind. They, I think, are the #1 company, but the #1 alliance I don't think is the Supple Alliance. I think it's actually the company that we took this from. I think is a little bit better. Enum, I think their name is. But there's like I think today and yesterday there was like a massive restructuring with a lot of people going in and out. Like, you have people that will only play for the winning side. You got people that will play for, like, I don't know. Like, the alliances got really, really weird. But I think it's starting to get figured out now. Like, I think by Wednesday we'll know rosters for people that got cut and people that didn't get cut. Oh, you get like premium currency for territory ownership? Yeah, so you can get it from territory ownership. You could also get it from activities. So there was like this Boonstone thing, which is something that we own. If it says inter-server, you could fight with other guilds from other servers, and if you win that, you also get the currency. You could also get the currency by selling gear that you got. So if I look at my sell history, like my last 100 items, which I probably sold more than that. Like I made like the equivalent of like $100. Like by just selling the stuff I got. And there were a few drops I got that were like pretty pricey. Like this one I got for participating in activities. I created a litho for this and then I sold the cape. But a lot of this is like relatively easy to get. This one I almost made a video about from my first Throne of Liberty video. But this is like 100 lucent, and it took me like 20 minutes to get, and you can do it infinitely. So it's like a really good deal. It's like, I don't know. You just get stuff. If you don't need it, you sell it. Like, it's pretty simple. If it's something that's like really bad, you could also use it and like combine it into gear. So like, this is not worth much. This is actually worth something. This isn't worth that much. This is not worth that much. And then what else is here not worth much? Undead is not worth much. Heavy attack's actually worth something. Critical hit chance is worth an okay amount. I don't need these. Ranged evasion's okay on the chest. The chest stuff's more rare. The gloves are really common. And then I could choose what thing I want. So I ideally want a ring for my next upgrade. Hit transmute, and then you can get a new piece, right? So it's like you can create new gear from bad gear and stuff like that. There's like a lot of systems in this game that kind of just make sense, but don't exist in New World, so it's kind of cool. And you could also do this for gear. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. So I can, if I add this here, this is like a piece I got, and I got both these pieces, added them here, and now I get this reward. So it's like little things. Oh, oh, it said supple was 2. Oh, I see what you mean. I forget how you view this. I forget how you view the ranks for the companies. But it's probably going to be all messed up right now because everyone's like leaving and restructuring. It should be here. I just forget how you do it. But I think it's like Enum, if I had to guess. This is a company that we took the territory from. I still don't understand all the menus. There's so many like menus in this game. It's like kind of buried somewhere. This is real-time rank 8. We were rank 5. Oh, there we go. There's the button. So it's Chinese guild. Furry was rank 1. And then Supple Oni, which is the other supple one, is rank 2. The other supple that I'm in is rank 5. And then there's a few others. They're doing large scale PvP. I'm kind of down for that. Show off what that looks like. It's like basically pugs. I think the game plays better for the smaller scale, but and then visually it's like kind of a mess. But you still, it feels pretty good. I just wouldn't say great. Pop my food. Do I use Smile Cookie? 23 days left, probably don't need to use one. Those are like BIS endgame food. Or it's a BIS endgame food item, but it only lasts for the event. These are all my normal food buffs. I feel like it's probably better for me to not explain what all the abilities do, and then just kind of go into it, and then kind of go back a bit at a certain point, and like show off stuff when I have a little bit more time to show it. High level is I'm a tank class that focuses on CCing enemies. So like this enemy, for instance, I pulled him in, right? And now I'm slowing him. So I got this shield, makes me a little tankier. Can block things like a New World. Got this other ability that gives me stamina, so I use that sometimes. And then sometimes I take a lot of damage. That guy kind of blew me up, but I lived. But this is like small scale. It can get large in here, but it's small right now. What's this guy doing? He got up on the ledge. Help Curio a bit. Kind of getting knocked up a little bit. It's a little crazy right now. I can't push into there. I wanted to push into there, but I can't really push into there. It's a lot of WoW and New World players. Yeah, I feel like that's what it's mostly been. This is the most competitive server. So you guys saw me use that stun in PvE as well, I think. I'm still using it in PvP. We're sandwiched between two companies right now, which isn't great. I can't heal other people very much. I have like a very small heal. See if I could hit this. Nope. I could sleep that guy. Backing up a bit. There's a lot of people over there. I feel like I need to back out and regroup. Trying to figure out where we're all at. Looks like we're mostly off to the right. So we're like off in that side room. Gonna make sure I have my cooldowns up before I go back in. Because we're like heavily outnumbered in here. I could also go around to the side, but I think I can make it through. Yeah, I can make it through. So tried to go for a sleep on that guy, but he dodged it because I targeted the wrong person. Guy had a dagger on. Daggers kind of countered this build to some extent. Trying to keep my healer up. There's nothing there to pull. Curio just went in, okay. I saw that. I was like, what is Curio doing? Bonk. So that guy could sleep. He got woken up immediately, though. Alright, I got a bunch of curses on me. I'm gonna chill for a second, because some dude could pop this, and it can do a ton of damage, because there's like a burst mechanic, like that detonates them all. And also, all the HUD stuff is customizable. It's just this has been what I think has been good for me. So he just popped it, right? It did, like, most of my HP, but I still lived. I'm gonna go in. So, get a little aggressive, then I can heal myself up. Sleeping those guys. Need to heal myself up more. Give myself a little stamina. Looks like we're mostly backed up here. Like 1 or 2 people in here still. One dude is cashing Flash Wave down this hallway, and Flash Wave does a lot of damage. So I'm trying to hug the wall. This is a little bit safer. So I'm kind of frontlining, but I have to be careful too, because when I run out of heal cooldowns, I just like run out of heal cooldowns, right? And I can be killed pretty easily. So there's a little bit of stuff going on. Here I'm casting AoE slows. Make a just pass that guy into a wall. Are you? No, I can sleep you. Alright, we're gonna back up. This team backed up. Looks like we're pushing a little bit in here. Look at this mini map at the bottom right too, where I can see my team. Like the little blue dots are my group mates. So I'm trying to play kind of near them. Thanks, Hale. So this is like kind of the equivalent of a New World tank class, except I don't just hit block, I have like 3 or 4 other buttons. So that person attacked me a bunch. This one button I press called Counter Barrier, what it does is it puts up basically a passive Thorns effect, so every time they attack me, I do damage back to them. And it's a really good way to counter people to do a ton of damage with a lot of attacks. So SNS is really popular because it has access to that, and it can counter a lot of those builds. So like Spear, which is the build that just hit me there, with electricity, but whatever. It can also do something similar where it hits you a bunch. This ability, Flash Wave, is kind of the opposite, where it hits you once for a big burst, but it's really susceptible to CC, and it can just die like that. So I kind of want to go in here. I don't know if I have friends, though. I think we back up here and we put these guys a little. Oh, there's a big pull right now. Big pull. Got him. I probably should have done a pull and an ult there. I have an ult that's like a Vines from New World, so it's good if I hit a big one. Where's the gameplay at? We can research at our own time. I mean, here's the gameplay. So, I probably read that late. This is one of the classes, though, right? Like, I'm playing the tank class. Okay, my team moved in here. I'm not in comms right now, so I'm, like, a little out of sync. So we're getting heavily pushed. I'm a frontline tank, so I need to eat this damage even if I die. And then we can back up. Right? But that's my job, is, like, to eat that damage. So, like, even if I die here, like, I die, right? But then 10 people live, so it makes sense to do that play. It's like, that's not a play I like to go for, but that's a, hey, my team just overextended and we need to get people out of live play. Because I just face tanked like 40 people. And turns out I can't live 40v1, which is probably a good thing. In New World I can live 40v1. I can live up to about 20v1 for about 10 to 15 seconds. But beyond that's a little bit tricky, and I need to have like basically full cooldowns. And by taking Witty Strike, I don't really have as much self-sustain, but it gives me more mana regen, or stam regen, which I think is useful. But, you know, we get back pretty quick. I kind of want to hit a pull here. Yeah, they're kind of wrecking us. Am I dead? No, I'm not dead. Okay. Chill, 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 chill. These guys are doing so much damage to me. Jesus Christ. Do another pull, maybe? Nope. Didn't hit anyone there, and I'm dead. Yeah, the pull was kind of greedy. I didn't really have cooldowns, so I went back for it. So I'm like face taking like 20 people, but maybe not 20. I think I was closer to 15. There's a lot of people behind that door. And they have like an AoE ability that does a ton of damage, so like I probably should be avoiding that main choke, but I face tanked the main choke, so I wanted to hit that. The other game I like for large scale stuff a lot right now too is Albion. But the main issue that I have with it is it's like well, it's good and bad. But if you die, you lose all your stuff, right? Which makes it like kind of difficult to want to like risk stuff. But at the same time, it makes it a lot more interesting because you can get a lot from it. Like I think you either like it or you hate it. I more don't like it than I like it. So I'm trying to get behind these guys a little bit. I think I'm dead. Yeah. I tried to move out of the way of the main AoEs. I'm not really playing with team too much right now, and we're all kind of getting walked on by these guys. So we're like 20 people. They're like more than that. But it's still interesting. I think the main issue I'm having right now is I'm trying to do too much with the cooldowns I have. I might swap off the Witty Strike. It doesn't feel that good. I know blocking is supposed to be really strong with this class. It just doesn't feel that OP to me. Because blocking mitigates the majority of the damage that's incoming, and the idea behind this ability is that it gives me stamina back so I can keep blocking, but then there's another ability that just like reduces the damage that's incoming by a ton. And I feel like that might be a little bit better. Like it would reduce the damage that's incoming by like maybe 40%. How's the respecking equivalent in this game? It was a big sell for New World. So you can do it at any time, but in order to respec skills effectively, like it's like relatively hard to gear up. But a lot of the gear is cross build compatible. Like but if you do respec, you will need to use these books to make your skills leveled up higher. Otherwise, you'll just be at a big disadvantage. I'd say it's a lot harder to respec fully than it is to add one weapon with what class that you already play. So like, if I play SNS Wand, right, I can go SNS Greatsword, I can go SNS Spear, and like that would be relatively easy for me to add. But if I try to get like too creative with it, I think it would be a little silly. Do we not have a healer? Or am I the healer? Because I'm not supposed to be the healer. But I don't see another person with a wand. Oh no, Capri is here. Yeah, Capri should be a healer. Oh my god, what is he going into over there? I just see 20 flash flames being loaded up. But fuck it, I guess we're getting active. I keep missing my sleep combo. That's another thing that this class is really good for, but it's like kind of hard to hit. You have to hit a dice roll, and then you have to hit another dice roll, and then like one or two more, and you basically just make it so a bunch of people can't play the game. I'm kind of going in the corner for a second here, and I'm probably dead. Oh, I'm invis. Nope, I'm still dead. Just trying to hide. I feel like we don't have space anymore. We're fighting in an area where everyone's fighting at, and it's like we're not controlling it very well. So like this Cursed Nightmare ability, we call it Sleep because it basically puts people to sleep, and this other ability can spread it. So you have to combo them. Is like often what people do. Some people macro it, I press the buttons. So, okay, we finally won control of this left area. So yeah, there's a ton of people over there though. Like I kind of need to be careful. Like, do I want to go in? Kinda, but I will die. All right, I'm gonna give Andre my immunity buff and pocket him. All right, we need to reset and get buffs again. Running out of places to play. Do I need to get my healer immunity? I think I do. There's a sleep that will slow him down a little. We're in a hallway and all the spear buffs. So this guy right here, all of his attacks ricochet. So it's like really sketchy. How am I alive? Oh, okay, there's more people over here. There's just red people everywhere. Yeah, I think we're just backing out. They actually went out. I went deeper. um, Group and circle room. And it means this is circle, so we should come back here. Trying not to get spotted. Team is going mid. We have a few people in circle. Okay. What is... I don't know what's going on. I'm going out and back to mid because that's where people are at. But I want to be here. Not really. There's like kind of people fighting in a choke. Oh, it's an SNS. I can't do anything. spread to sleep a little bit. Can I hit a big root here? Oh my god. That's a lot of people. Okay, we're gonna go for it. Didn't hit it, so I'm gonna back up. And didn't get healed. I was trying to do a big pull into root combo, but I think we just got wiped from behind. The struggle of not being in comms. It was so fat though, so hard not to go for that. But this is just fighting for fighting, it's not fighting over an objective. There's other stuff too where people fight to fight, like over an objective, but I don't think we're doing that as much today. Yeah, so all these little green dots at the bottom right are allies, are all stacking here. Is there comms of this that I should be in? Uh... What are these guys doing? They're like walking out of the zone and back in and just charging up the AoE damage attack. Like, that's so ratty. That's so ratty. Ow. I want to get in the hallway. I feel like the hallway is where the fun's at. What's that? Why'd it go the wrong way? Wait, what? Oh, is it over? No. The sun's coming up. The sun comes up, the PvP ends. Well, that was kind of fun. But that's what the large scale is. Well, that's not really large. That was like, that was kind of mid scale. So like, it was like a lot of people, but it was uncoordinated. I'd say mid scale PvP. I don't think there was more than like maybe 300 people there. Where it gets really weird is when you have like tons and tons and tons of people versus each other. And then those fights get kind of hectic. Is this still going on? Yeah, this is right now. So now there's bosses. I can't get in here because this is locked unless it's raining. I could do this boss, and I could do this boss. I'll probably go to this one, because this one has a great sword that's worth, like, maybe $400. It's, like, worth something. So it's portal 1, a dentist should be here. There we go. So these bosses can drop endgame loot. There's 2 ways to get this loot. The first is if you have high contribution, you have a chance at loot, and then the next one is you have these boxes, which give you a chance to get this chest, which gives you a chance to get any drop in here. So, like the main drop here is this a dentist gargantuan great sword. I think that's worth a good amount still. Yeah, it's worth 14k, so that's like $250. And the main thing is with these drops is if they come from a world boss, which one comes from a world boss, that's the only way you can sell the drops. So it has to RNG drop with this special trade that makes it sellable. Otherwise, it's like you have to basically grind to RNG it. Like you can't get it otherwise. And then if you get one that's non-tradable, you can create a trait from it and you can sell the trait. So that's what other people are doing to make money. So basically, if you get this drop, you make a lot of money. So a lot of people like to do this one. And a lot of the great sword players like need this drop. It's like a really important one to hit because what it does is it gives you a lot of passive base damage that you don't normally have and makes you like do way more damage. The other funny part with it is that the great sword scales damage off of your max HP. So like I'm a tank build, like I'm one of the tankier tank builds, and I have 21k HP, right? But the guys that run this build actually want more HP to do more damage. So you'll see people with like 26 to 28k HP, kind of like New World, and it'll do a ton of damage, but not actually be as tanky as me. Is this Throne and Liberty? Yeah, we went back to Throne and Liberty. I think I need to change the thing again. But this is Throne and Liberty, kind of like mid-game content right now. But I don't think there's too much endgame stuff going on because there was an endgame thing over the weekend. More fun than New World? I think so. The main reason is that this game actually has an endgame, and New World doesn't have an endgame right now, in my opinion. Like, you could say build optimization's an endgame, but it's just like, it feels kind of subpar. So I don't think we got anything. But, like, one of the guys over here got the helmet, right? And, like, that's a 1 in 4 drop chance for that, like, this great sword, and he got unlucky. So, we didn't get anything, but someone else got something. Yeah, do you have any other questions too? I think I've answered most of them, but like I don't think it takes you like maybe 3 days to hit like level 50, which is like kind of endgame-ish, but in this game. But the gear grind is the part that's like kind of difficult. And some people swipe and some people grind it out. I grinded it out, but it took a while. There's also like a reset coming soonish, so we'll be going into what people call T2 loot, which is basically just strictly better than all the T1 drops. So it's like if you hit like maybe 3 to 3.5k, you should be in a good spot to compete for the next set of drops that come out. Versus I'm like 4k right now. If I put on my PvP spec, it should be over 4k. Yeah, 4054. But the main thing with this game is there's an actual like end game. Like New World doesn't have an end game, and I think that's the main factor going for it. Like a lot of games don't have end games, so this game has like most of the content's in the end game, and the beginning to mid game is not bad. Now I'm doing a thing where I run around looking for these little orbs, and they give you currency that can be used to do some of the daily activities. What is endgame for this? A lot of stuff. Let's see if I can go through it kind of quickly. Co-op dungeons. This is PvE endgame. There's a T1 one. There's a T2 one. There's dimensional trials. This gives you runes, which are like basically the equivalent of gems in New World. They can scale up to level 60, and they start at level 1, so you have a lot to grind to do there. I'm about like 3/4 of the way. No, not even. I'm like 2/3 of the way through getting my gems up. Some people are maxed already. There is war games, so these are practice wars. New World doesn't have these, but we've been asking for them for a while. There are Boonstone conflicts, which are basically the equivalent of wars. In New World, 70v70 instead of 50v50 versus one other company. There's large-scale PvP for things like this castle. This happens once every 2 weeks, so you get a premium currency with this, and this is like thousands of players competing at the same time for it. It's really, really intense, really, really fun. There are events. All these events give endgame equivalent currency for rewards. There are world bosses. There are peace world bosses, which we just did one, and there's conflicts. The conflict ones are you fight other people and you fight the boss at the same time, so they're super interesting. Give you bis drops. So this is like a bis drop that a lot of people want. And it's pretty chaotic. What else is there? There's fishing. There's cooking. There's a lot of gear related stuff in terms of like turning your bad gear into good gear. This is one way that works. It also happens with runes where I could turn bad runes into good runes. Oh, I got to level 40. I didn't know I was level 40 with blue runes already. That's nice. There's auction house stuff, so you can make basically the equivalent of real money by selling items. So I've made about $100 worth in the last month-ish. Which is something. There's guild versus guild stuff. There's guild rankings, which is a thing. There's kill rankings. If you get the highest on the kill leaderboard, you get this weather effect called Eclipse, which turns the whole world dark and you can kill other people. There's also one for wind, which I forget how you get, but that basically gives you a movement speed buff. Then there's another one that makes it rain, which is useful for a few environmental factors because they make stuff flood. There's like kind of the tax system that the original New World had. There's stuff where it's like you can grind these little pet things and then they give you luck chance from New World, so that's basically the equivalent of luck. There's guardians, which are ultimates. You can grind for different ones of these. I have most of them. There's morphs. If you have more morphs, you gain passive bonuses. So like I have level 4 here, gives me a speed bonus, for example. If I get to level 5, I get another speed bonus. So that's the thing to grind for. There's a lot of skins. There's a transmog. There's secret dungeons, which are basically 1v1 bosses, and then there's Gates of Infinity, which are like time versions of that, and you get rewards for, depending on where you're at in the rankings. And then there's arenas, which there's 3v3, and then there's 6v6 for special ones, like this winter event that we were doing earlier. And I think that's most of it. There's like notes that you could pick up too, and like they give you rewards and like little things, but I don't know, there's a lot of random things for endgame. But yeah. Right now I'm doing a kind of a mini endgame activity where you find these little orbs on the ground, which I know most of the spawn locations in this area, so I like doing it here. And then this gives you currency that you could use for dailies. Oh yeah, there's open world dungeons too, which I could use to get endgame gear, and that's what I'm basically grinding for right now. Someone just used Eclipse. So that just turned, well, it literally caused an eclipse, and now people can kill each other. So PvP basically just got turned on. People like to use it often at conflict bosses. So there's a few conflict bosses going on right now. So now they can kill each other. And it's like really useful because a lot of people will put down respawn things and conflict bosses, and they're usually in a peace area, so you could use it to basically force people to PvP. Now I got my PvP build on, and I'm in an area where they can't really PvP me, I think, because it's like open world. It has to be like near a boss-ish, or like in a abyssal dungeon for people to like actually be able to kill you. So like I think I'm safe, but and this little orb thing gives me a little bonus too. It's like, I don't know, there's always stuff to do in this game. There's a good variety of things to do too, versus like just spamming raids over and over and over in New World. So I think it's pretty good in terms of the endgame content. I think the main thing it lacks at is probably like combat. Like I think New World's combat's like way better. But this combat's still pretty interesting, and the fact that it's more than a social MMO in the sense that there's actually stuff to do just makes it a better game to me. What's your best tanking ring? In this game or New World? I'm guessing you mean New World. New World, it's just Teardrop. Yeah, it's Teardrop. It's a name drop that you can get at 625 gear score. Actually, I'm running the wrong way. Like aggroing everything. Teardrop's just really good because Refreshing Ward gives you passive CDR and it makes you super tanky. So there's like a streamed a ward earlier. If you look at the ward, there's a few spots from living 1v20, and it's because I have Teardrop. It basically gives me infinite CDR. Oh yeah, this is another spot. And then there's a spot down there that could spawn them too, I think. This area is kind of cool because there's like weather effects, right? So it's like it's nighttime and all these guys that are humans turn into werewolves. But during the day, they'll be humans. So it's a little interesting. Oh, wait. Yeah, you're right. You did say ring. Hardy because it gives you stamina, which you need for shield. You use Onk for amulet, so the ring's actually kind of interesting. You usually do Hardy, you do either Enfeebling or Bloodletting. If you use Bloodletting with the Butcher, it is pretty good because it gives you more ult charge. The last slot I'm kind of blanking on right now, but it's probably just like Refreshing or Refreshing Ward, unless there's something that's like really good from a utility standpoint that I'm not remembering. But I think it's Refreshing or Refreshing Ward. Refreshing Ward you can't get on new gear though, so you probably just do Refreshing. Like honestly, the rings don't matter too much for tanking other than having Hardy on them. Like the damage would matter for every other class, but not tank. Spawn's not up. There's a spawn over here. This isn't up. There's a spawn over here. This one is up. There's one on that rock. Looks like there's another one over here on my mini map. Oh, it spawned below me. That's funny, I just ran by this. It spawned again. Got a little portal. I just did that one and it just spawned when I left. Mystic portals are the ones that give the little red orbs. They give you bonus tokens, basically. And this can give, like, premium rewards that could be used for certain items. It's pretty nice. Like you could use them to change your traits on pieces. It's pretty useful. So this trade extraction stones can be used to sell gear. So I like to do these every day because selling gear is pretty important. I think there's a spawn back here. Yeah. There's one or two up top too, but I kind of missed that rotation. Kind of like the flying mechanic. It's fun. So there's one of them. Is there another Mystic Portal, or is that the only one? I think it's the only one right now. Yeah. I could do another lap and then grab this one on the way down, actually. Yeah, so there's another guy up here. How many more do I need to do? Oh, that's my last one. Okay, cool. So that was all of these Mystic Keys. Then I just have basically my open world, or my dungeons to do today. Which I have a bunch of stuff saved up. Because I was not playing for a couple days. So I need to kind of crank through these, but it's not that bad. The other nice thing is not a lot of people like to play tank or healer, so it's like usually pretty fast queues. But yeah, there's also RPing in Endgame if people care about that, but I didn't really count that. Do I want passives or do I want active skills for this build still? So my actives aren't all at level 3 yet, are they? No, that one needs to be level 3. Actives are actually pretty good. I just have like 2 that don't need to be there, or that need to be there. My passives are also pretty good. I think my actives need a little bit more work than my passives right now, so I'll crack the active skill books. Oh, there's also this. Forgot about that. Then I can go to skills and I can upgrade my skills. So what does upgrading this do? It gives me damage and that's it. I don't really care about damage. Woody, I mean, I probably should upgrade these to level 3 just because it's cheap. Can maybe get my Woody up to level 3 too. Yeah, I got to level 3. So those are just the cheapest ones, but don't really give me a huge benefit. I don't really have many more that I need to upgrade. I think I need to upgrade my sleep, but that's like the main one. Switch that. I think there's a good amount of variety for like the matchmaking too. Like in terms of the amount of bosses that you do. Like that's like the bad part about New World's like, oh, you have a mutation, you do the same mutation over and over and over again. And they're kind of fixing it, but not super well. Like the way that New World's going about fixing the mutation issue is they're gonna make it so that you can do basically any mutation that week, but there's still a best in slot mutation to do that week in terms of like the amount of time it takes to do the dungeon and stuff, and people will try to do only one. Versus like the complete randomized queue that this game has that rewards you, it just lets you kind of do any of them. And it solves the issue of like people not doing a certain dungeon because people are doing a random queue, and then the random queue will fill for you if you want to do a certain dungeon. So it's like kind of perfect. You guys will notice as we play other games that are not New World, a lot of other games have solved the issues that New World has, and then the devs I don't think really play other games as much, and they're just like kind of lost when it comes to these things. Why did I not pull you? And there's some mechanical skill to this game too, like that thing I just cast, I animation canceled it, and it's usually a much longer animation, so there's something there for people that care. I just wish they fixed like at least the New World Wars, man. Like that was like the most fun part of the game to me. It's like been broken for 3 months. Little optimization over here. This part's kind of fun. You jumping these geysers that throw you up in the air. Why is this guy running so much? Is this where he does this big damage attack? But guy did the mechanic right, so he did small damage. Am I not gonna make it? I don't think I'm gonna make it. Yep. Well, do the boring way. You could just die here, and then you could respawn at the end and just have one person run through it. It's like usually how people do this. It's like this 4 guy's gonna run through it all. Oh, he's got that staff. That staff is really, really good. It's really expensive.
Magic melee and range critical hit chance increased by 20 meters per 1 meter distance between a user and a target. And then they have the bow, which increases the max range that you could have. So, naturally, pretty good synergy. It has 10% cooldown speed on it, dude. That's crazy. I want 10% cooldown speed. Cool. The end. Who's my highest DPS player? Probably this guy. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. You started that early. Chill, yeah. This guy's not gonna be here in time. Yep, now I gotta reset. That guy didn't make it in time, and if you don't participate, you don't get rewards at the end. Was he gonna catch him? Oh, he almost did. The ultimate that does damage, so you see all these like little dot effects, like that's all coming from the ult. This boss has a good amount of mechanics to it, but if you have high enough DPS, you can just kind of ignore them. This is the T1 boss, so it's like pretty weak. Going to my little minion house. They're out here doing slave labor for me, aka farming drops. I'm trying to get this salt because it's used for cooking. Back to this. But yeah, if anyone has questions about anything, it's a pretty good time because I'm just like probably gonna be spam queuing these for another hour. And I could do most of these in my sleep at this point because I've done them enough. How's the Marama war? We won in like 10 minutes, but it was competitive. We just like rolled them. It's basically
They got outpoint teamed pretty hard. They kind of got out macroed. We basically just pushed up on point. We took all their space, and then they died because they couldn't have healers in range of the people that were casting. Like, the healers ran out of range and they just died. It was kind of funny. I should probably be using my AoE build, not my single target DPS build. So I'm on my single target DPS build right now with buffs. Crush, the main thing with the wars is they just haven't fixed the respawn bug. So we killed like 5 people in fort, and I was like, okay, just stack point, we won. And it was that simple. And it was like not even close. Like the respawn bug is like ridiculous. It's like so stupid. Like it makes the wars like basically unplayable. It's still not fixed. It's been 3 months. Like I don't understand it at all. And it's so frustrating. Like that's like one of the main reasons why I haven't played as much. It's like, it's so sad. It should be an instant hotfix. Oh yeah, 100%. And they just don't care about wars. I mean, it might be a tough fix because it might be associated with the back-end changes made with the console patch. Because it's been there since the console patch went out. What's up, Coat? Then do a freaking band-aid fix or something? No way. There's no fix period. It should be fixed. I don't know how to get that fixed at this point. Like, I told the devs, they were like, we can't replicate it. And it was like, okay, you probably can't replicate it because you have like 10 people in a war. Like, you need a bit more. And then it was like, if they're not going to fix that, I have no reason to play the game. And a lot of people don't have a reason to play the game because there's no other endgame content right now. So people just moved on. I think I owe someone a build too. They DM me if they wanted a great sword hatchet build, and I think I made one on New Road Buddy. So I could send that their way. Trying to do that in the background while tanking. Gear sets. Yeah, I got it. I have the wrong set on. It doesn't matter. We have enough damage. Yeah, I forgot to change it. I'll switch it back. I need to wait till after this one though. I could explain like the stuff that's going on in terms of the tanking and the abilities I'm using, but I feel like at this point it's more just about people watching the game and see if they like the game or not. So I think it's better for me to not necessarily explain that. Like I think it's somewhat self-explanatory. Like this thing is a healer, like a sacred on the ground. Like this little beam thing does damage. This little sword thing, well, kind of big sword, also does damage. Has some other properties, but yeah. I appreciate it, Goat. Say it no world, I got scammed. It was New World and then we left. We've been bouncing. Where do I go for the YouTube side again? Oh, wait, I have to make it big. Why is it so hard to change the YouTube thing compared to the Twitch? Twitch just makes it super, super easy. And YouTube's like, we're gonna hide this in this random spot that you can't see. I got this tiny button that you literally can't see, buried beneath 3 menus. Twitch is just like, yo, we're gonna put that in the front page. Yeah, this is Zeroth. This is Zeroth. We're in Supple. We own the big castle thing. Guy in red looks sick. The Santa? Or wore it? Oh yeah, wore it's cool. I play with Wart. He's my other engager with me. There's no way he knows goat throat. Wait, are you Wart? There's no way that's Wart. What? Why is your Twitch name Goat Throat? That's so funny. It's such a random name. God. Good luck, I'm eating my McDonald's. Did you get ice cream with it, or did you not get ice cream with it? Gotta get the McDonald's ice cream when it's actually working. Nah, just my V8. The V8 juice. Oh, we have 2 spears. It's gonna be so fast. I have so much HP in this. They boost your HP if you queue with a random group, and I end up with like 23k. It's like crazy. Oh, hit with the root. So we had enough DPS where we skipped a phase there, and I got turned into a chicken. Oh, I don't want to die. Come back here. Yes. It explodes and kills you. There's a way to get rid of the mechanic, but in pugs, everyone just tries to grief each other. Thanks. He's upset. Uh, don't really blame him. It's just funny. Where'd he go? Is he dead? Yeah, he's dead. Wait, I'm not healing myself. Derp. Healing a different person. Ow. Okay, let's see if I can set up the pull spot. No, we don't even have to kill him, actually. Alright. Start this and I'll switch to my single target DPS mid thing. People just grief each other. No one's doing the mechanic. We just grief one person and can move on. Oh, that's so funny. If you have enough DPS here, you can just skip the rest of this. So it's like, the way that these work is like, at 90% HP, the boss does one mechanic. And then like after that, it's on a timer. So up to 90%, you don't waste cooldowns. And then after that, you waste cooldowns. You just try to pop everything and DPS as quick as you can. So you're able to skip a phase. The Spooter. Wait. Oh, I kind of missed the RP session. There are 10 crabs that you can transform into enemies. Like after if you defeat them enough, you can like collect them basically and transform into them. There are 10 crabs gathered around one orange, and they're all doing a little clappy emote. It's a full-on RP session going on over there. Try not to use cooldowns so I can actually switch to my set that I'm trying to use. But I gotta wait another 4 seconds. Gotta wait for all these to be gone. There we go. Killing these so fast that I can't even hit them. The little circle thing that you see the boss do sometimes, if it's a circle, you have to block. You can block or you can dodge actually if it's a circle, but if it's a kind of a triangle looking thing, like I don't know what you call it, but it's like kind of like diamond shaped, like a being a square rotated. Then it's one that you have to dodge in order to avoid the mechanic. The ones that you have to dodge happen at T2, but at T1 you always have circles, so you can do either blocking or dodging. Blocking is nice because I trigger some bonuses off of it. Because I'm a tank, and turns out tanks like to block. Which is a crazy thing, because in your world, tanks actually don't want to block. Well, you want to block, but you want to avoid blocking. Like you want to hold block, but not actually block, and that's how you optimize tank. But this game, blocking good. I wonder what Whirlwhip's been doing. I haven't talked to him in a bit. Crush, I think that OPR is finally gonna get PvP tank nerfed. Like, I feel like it's the only way it will happen. And I think they're gonna move towards making, like, OPR have, like, a ranked system and stuff like that, and, like, rewards, and then it will finally happen. Because tank, I think, is, like, one of the roles that can carry the most in OPR, because people are just stupid and always hit the tank. And, like, New World tanks are incredibly broken, because they can basically just live forever. Most of other games, tanks cannot infinitely sustain themselves. A lot of tanks are abusing the stand bug. I mean, that's true too. I should probably make sure that one actually gets fixed. I'm pretty sure they know about that one, but I'm not 100% sure they know, because it's like a pretty easy fix. It's just, you gotta remove the interaction with gaining passive stamina and Carnelian Runeglass gems. If they're not abusing it, VGs will melt them. Yeah, usually. Yeah, Nullify does counter most tank builds right now. And like, I feel like that's how it should be, because most tanks are playing for Fortify stacking now, I think. I don't think everybody is, but VG is a pretty good counter to Fortify stacking. Forgot to switch my build again. Don't think it matters for this boss too much. I'm wasting my stamina a little bit too much here. So this is like a pretty unique boss because it doesn't have like an enrage mechanic like at the beginning at 90%. So you can just straight DPS this one. So it's a really popular boss to just kind of farm. If you have a really good group, it's very time effective to just do this one. This is the enrage mechanic where if you take too long, then you have to go up top and kill a dude that spawns just over there. If you're down below, then you take a lot of damage. And they never translated these bosses, like the descriptions from Korean, which is always kind of funny. But I think it's just the bosses that they didn't translate. Everything else they have. So I got a pretty good drop from that. It's like worth like $2 or $3. It's like something. Yeah, I mean VG Flow is that it just does everything. It just doesn't do everything like super well, but it can do everything. I queue the right thing. Yeah, I did. Oh, okay. There's a DPS. It's like, why are there no DPS queuing? It's just a true jack of all trades builds, like do 600k healing from being in medium's insane. Are you going for the health armor, I forget what it's called, in the medium, or are you doing something else? Like the medium, you gain a bunch of HP? Because I feel like that's how I originally thought about building it when I was looking at medium. I went dark plate now? Okay. Does dark plate still feel better in medium? Because I'm not sure if dark plate is better in medium, or if it's better to go for... But also, it's like kind of hard to run kite shield in medium, right? How do you run kite shield in medium? I don't do kite? Okay, so you do round. Okay. So you just don't have stagger. Do you drop smite then? No shield? Oh. Oh yeah, that's one way to do it. Feels amazing, not gonna lie. I don't think I've done no shield seriously. Did not think it would be this good. I mean, it could just be one of those things that feels good in OPR because it's OPR, but it's not actually good. So I feel like that happens a lot. Dang, I've not killed that guy that fast before. No, I got turned into a... God damn it. Oh. I have to wait a little bit more. You're also running Mending Stoneform? Yeah, Mending Stoneform will help a lot. I mean, I feel like you have to run Stoneform in most builds now, ever since they changed the Vines interaction. It's just better. To where it's not cleansed by Purifying Heart, the exhaust. Like, it just makes sense to run Stoneform. So this is reset today. Resets tomorrow. Okay. Yeah, it's almost New Year time.
I have to work tomorrow, Crush. I'm so sad. I'm gonna see what it's like when I wake up in the morning. It might be a sick day angle. It's like, bro. It's like, why? It's like it's New Year's Eve. Full day? Officially full day. Unofficially, it's definitely a half day. Like if anyone's in the office by like at the end of the day, they're crazy. Like I'm definitely leaving early because I don't like driving when people are drunk. And New Year's Eve is like the day I'm like the most afraid of driving. So I'm definitely leaving like by probably like 1 or 2. I'll work from home for like an hour or 2 if I need to work on stuff, but like I just do not like driving that day. Oh, do you have to kill these guys too? Oh yeah, you do. Forgot about that. There's like one of these where you don't actually get to kill those. That one you do. Oh, why'd you hit him? I was doing a pull, man. Turtle. This is part of like the PvP build because Woody Strike gives you stamina and you need a lot of stamina. Actually, no. Or one pull before that. This pull, you don't need that. Trying to get these guys close together so AoEs can hit everything. It's a little weird. I don't know why that didn't do anything. This is the fun part. If you touch one of the fire things, it knocks you down. Myself a little stamina.
Keeps knocking these guys up. You can't do damage while they're knocked up. It's like not what you want to be doing. It's a little troll. This is a cheese aggro spot. Looks like we're good. Give that guy a damage buff. Damage is stupid right now. I feel like everything needs mending. Time to kill is too high though. I thought they were trying to increase or they're trying to decrease time to kill even more. Like I feel like the thing that they need to look at is like basically nerfing healing, but or you make healers squishier, but they have not done a good job at getting that to work. They need to fix tank bugs. I mean that, yeah. They do a good job of basically having the game in the perpetual like unplayable state because they never fix exploits. And then they can't balance the game because there's exploits. And it's like, dude. Game is unplayable with inner feeling. The crab's back. Yeah, fire staff is really strong. I don't know, is it enjoyable for you still, or is it not enjoyable? Because like it wasn't enjoyable to me at a certain point. This guy does not care about the polls. It's funny. This is we're speed running this thing and pulling everything group. Oh yeah, disdained is crazy. You heard it works with VG too? Like it improves the rend on Void Gauntlet. Which kind of makes sense, but because they're tied together in terms of the abilities, but it's crazy. I wonder if it buffs the weaken and flail. It should. Yeah, if it works the same way, it should. Is it damage con or is it proc? Oh, you know you can't hear it in game? Oh no, I forgot about that. I have to manually switch the audio source. Okay, now I could hear. Thank you.
I'll wipe you all.
Yeah, no, it wasn't intentional. I just forget. The desktop audio like doesn't really work. Oh, we just face tanked like 20 things.
I'll wipe you all.
It's gonna hurt. Nope, nope, you didn't get it off. Yeah, it's not Korean. Some of the sounds are kind of funny though. I can make it in here. Yeah, this is like I started that a bit soon.
I'll wipe you all.
Buff spinner. I like how at a certain point you could just face tank this attack, and it's like, it does so much damage. Dude's behind the smoke trying to kill us. That's the first time it's ever dropped for me, and I've done this like maybe 80 times. Sounds so strange. Do you like the Korean more or no? So I actually had to like manually craft this sword because it wouldn't drop for me, so I crafted it. It's really annoying to get it. There's like a good like week where there are a few people are like, Miicrow, why are you not progressing super fast? It's like, I've been trying to get this stupid sword to drop and it's not dropping. I was like, oh, what the heck, I'll just craft it. Is this like a 2 or 3% drop rate from that boss? But you can only do 3 of those a day. And I was like, oh, I'll just wait it out. I was like, nope, taking too long. Like, I think I literally hit every other drop. And then I hit one of the other drops like 3 times, and I never got the sword. I was like, dude.
I beg you, please rescue them.
Oh, we gotta switch to AoE build. Need one more. Yeah, we should be good here. There we go. So I have 4 of these to do, including this one. And then I have a bunch of the others. I'm not gonna finish them all today, but I'm trying to get as many done as I can. Seems like we have pretty good groups going for pugs, which is nice. Is this the one you have to do 8? Kinda wanna stop here. So there's a boss that you can do up ahead, but then you're gonna have to backtrack here to kill these guys, so... It makes sense to do this, but teammates are being stupid. Great how you light these on fire, but it would be nice to light these on fire right now. Actually, I have one way I can kill him real quick. This should kill him. Keyword should. I think it's not. It's supposed to do damage according to, like, appropriate to my max HP, so it's supposed to do, like, a relatively large amount of damage. This is the problem with playing a tank character. You do not do damage, but I can hold people still. It took so long. You need fire though? Gotcha. Think we get a dev video for season 7? Probably one of them, I just don't know if it's a good one.
Let's climb on them.
So many hatchlings. No one hit anything. If you hit the eggs before you run over them, the hatchlings don't spawn. Spawned every single one. They don't even account towards, like, one of the main ways to... Like, you have to kill, like, 8 bloodthirsty reptilians. Like, they don't count for that. Looks like someone else killed a bunch, though. I mean, it doesn't really matter at this point. I could just tank them and, like, not really care, but it's just kind of annoying. We're gonna miss the first phase. Unlucky.
The geyser is about to erupt.
Takes so long. Where's my water? There we go. It's gonna be kind of tight. You can make it to this next one, like, but you have to be there, like, pretty much immediately. Yeah, it's pretty tight. So 6 the standard dungeon group size? Yeah, it is. So 6 is the standard group size, but in War 70 versus 70, you do groups of 5, right? Because 70 divided by 6 is like not even. So you need a group of 4, or you can do like every group of 5. So it depends on the conflict that you're doing, like what group you'll do, but usually it's 6.
Just as I was getting hungry. Let's see how long you can survive. Now I turn you into a tasty rat.
I like the theory crafting for this game a lot too in PvP. Like it was kind of funny, cause like when I was first getting into the game and I was like a noob, right? Like my first week or two, they're like, "Oh, miicrow, meet this guy. He does all the theory crafting for all the builds. Like you'll probably get along with him because you know you like the theory craft or whatever." Like one of the supple guys, and like I met him and looked at his build and at first I was like, okay, this build makes sense. And then like I didn't really know much about the game at the time. And like 2 weeks later, I was like, hey, I think this part is not optimal. And he was like, no, you're stupid. And I was like, no, it's not optimal. Like, what do we get a better value for this if you run this one other piece of gear? And he's like, wait, you're right. And he started running it as his build. So it's like I changed the dude's build and he's been doing builds for everybody within like 2 weeks of playing this game. And now that's the build that he recommends for everybody to do. Out of like 200 people. It's like, no, you messed this up. It's a surreal and English-speaking wizard. I don't know what the Korean one sounds like. It still happens on New World sometimes. Yeah, that's true. I mean, like, the Disdained Infliction was, like, one that we didn't really know about until, like, a week or two ago. And, like, I would need to go back and update all those builds that have a perk that's built into an effect that also would be buffed by Disdained Infliction and probably change those. But I think it mostly applies to Void Goblin and Flail. I don't think anything else has, like, a bleed that's, like, tied to another effect. It's literally just Void Goblin and Flail. I think I got one of the RNG'd one of these. Yeah, I can craft this technically and get one of the rings, which are worth something. I don't know if those are going to be used in T2 or not. I know that these T2 materials are used in T2, so everyone's trying to save these. Wait, Eldritch Whispers. Is that the thing I got? Oh, it's a different one, right? Yeah. So, like, everyone's trying to save these materials because it's used for the endgame when it comes out, but the level 1 ones, which is what I'm running right now, isn't, like, as useful, I think. I don't even know if it's worth the run flail because there's no reliable way to apply multiple stacks of the weaken debuff. Yeah, not really. It's probably not even optimal, you're right. Like, the main would be, like, Eruption. Because with the problem with Smite is it's an effect you put on the ground, right? It's not, like, tied to an actual weapon hit, so I imagine it won't actually work with Smite. Well, it might work for one hit. It might work for the first AoE, but it wouldn't work for the passive effect. But Void Gauntlet makes a lot of sense. Disdain, Keen, Diminishing Orb. I feel like Keen isn't necessary if you run Magnetic Gauntlets, but if you don't run Magnetic Gauntlets, I agree. But even then, it's like, what's better than... Disdained is proc, right? Like, I assume. Let me look at this real quick. Disdained Infliction. No, it's damage con. No, you can go proc perk without crush. You can go refreshing move or play crits instead of keen. Which is just like way better. So you could do play crits? Yeah, you could do play crits. Like my little turtle. There's like sea otters and stuff you have too, but I like the turtle. It's kind of cute. So for Flail VG, I've been doing Keen Bless Diminishing Orb, but it's a very different role. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that makes sense. Like I'd probably stick with that. Like I don't think you can really afford to go with the. Like you kind of need the thing. I think I could stand on the ground here, right? Yeah, it just burns me, but it's fine. I just ran out of stam. One. So this. Give myself some stam. So you're playing a co-op Elden Ring game with me, right? I mean, I'd be kind of down. I think I'd be kind of funny. What's the difference between that and like the game right now? Because you could play with multiple players right now, right? But it's like, I guess you're usually against them. I'm assuming it's designed for multiple players. Gotcha. So it'll be fundamentally like kind of different. Honestly, this part right here is harder than the boss. I'm gonna just ult here. So this gives me lifesteal, basically. I keep getting feared, so I can't control my character. We decided to pull the entire room. Which is like usually what you do. It's just like kind of annoying from the tank perspective because I literally can't control my character. It's the meta strat. I like to be in control of my character. Dude, we're not doing very well here. Like, at all. I guess this is pretty abysmal. The only guy you have to kill is this guy with 3 things above his head. I feel like we've hit everything but him. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you can get stagger chained in PvE. PvP, you can get stagger, like, CC chained, but there's this, like, item I have that gets rid of it. So it's, like, not that big of a deal. Yeah, you turn into a turtle when you go into the water. Or you can pick what object to turn into, but I picked a turtle. I do not care about one mob, he's not gonna do anything. Did I not taunt him? I swear I taunted him. Didn't. I only run one taunt with my DPS oriented like buff tank build, so it can be kind of sketchy. The other one runs 3. So that no one put the cleansing thing on him. There we go. No, I buffed myself. Oops. Do as much damage as other people with the buff, so that doesn't really make sense. Yeah. That was not as good of a group. I think I might call it there. I kind of want to go to the bathroom and go eat. Don't really have that much else to do today.
Is there something specific you're looking for?
I can get this. Always enjoyable, even if playing knockoff mobile New World. True, but at least it has an end game. All right.